sugar beet, poplars, grapes, olives, sugarcane, and cotton. The game offers a lot of content and player freedom. There are also expansions that add new maps, machines, and crops to the game.
Excellent. Sounds like a great game, doesn't it?
It seems to be a popular simulation game. Do you have any other questions about Farming Simulator 22 or anything else?
What is the weather like today in Chilliwack, British Columbia? Hello, Gravy, welcome in. How are you doing today? Let me see if I can fix this. Might maybe have to use this one. Try that one. Gemini, are you there? You died, didn't you? Let's try this again. I broke him. No, I broke him. Let's see if I can fix Gemini. Gemini, what's the weather in Chilliwack, British Columbia? Let's see if you're gonna work. Oh, you're not even talking. Gemini, are you shy? Let me fix you. So maybe you're under a different audio channel. Try. Let's try this one.
Okay, it looks like you're switching the audio output device. Let me know if that solves your problem.
Oh, I can hear you. I can hear you, Gemini.
Great, it sounds like you fixed the audio issue. Is there anything else I can help?
Yeah, let's see if
Okay, it sounds like you're getting ready to do something else. Is there anything I can help you with before you go?
Nope, I am not leaving. What's the weather like in Chilliwack, British Columbia?
Okay, it sounds like you're asking about the weather in Chilliwack, British Columbia. Is that right? Question mark.
Yes, that is correct. That is what I'm asking.
Okay, the weather in Chilliwack, British Columbia is sunny today. The wind is coming from the northeast at 20 kilometers per hour, with gusts up to 40 kilometers per hour. The wind chill will make it feel like minus 10 degrees Celsius in the morning. The high for today is 5 degrees Celsius, and there's a low UV index of 1.
UV index of 1. Okay, great. What is the what is the 7-day forecast for British Columbia, Canada?
Okay, here's the 7-day forecast for British Columbia. Today, January 19th, 2025, it's mostly cloudy with a temperature of 7 degrees Fahrenheit, but it feels like 2.8 degrees Fahrenheit. There is a 0% chance of precipitation, and the humidity is around 80%. For the next few days, there will be a mix of sun and clouds, with temperatures ranging between 4 and 6 degrees Celsius during the day, with lows ranging between -3 to 1 degree Celsius at night. There's a small chance of rain or snow some days.
Thank you very much for the weather report. Welcome in, Raiders.
Welcome.
Thank you for coming in. The 3Js for rating the live stream. Everybody say hello to Gemini.
Okay, the streamer just welcomed the Raiders and thanked them for coming into the live stream. Then they asked people to say hello to Gemini.
That is correct.
Okay, is there anything else I can help you with? Question mark.
What is your thoughts on Farming Simulator 22, Gemini?
Okay, you're asking my thoughts on Farming Simulator 22. Since I'm a large language model, I don't have feelings or opinions, but I can give you some information about the game if you want. Is there anything specific you'd like to know about the game?
Yes, what is the top mod for Farming Simulator 22?
Okay, here are 5 of the top mods for Farming Simulator 22, based on my search. 1. Courseplay allows you to have AI workers drive your vehicles for you, automating tasks such as fieldwork. 2. AutoDrive also helps with automation by recording routes and tasks for your vehicles to repeat. 3. Additional field info gives you extra details about your fields, which makes it easier to plan your work. 4. Guide and steering can help your vehicles drive straight and precisely in the field, which saves you time and resources. 5. Enhanced Animal System improves animal care and also includes new animals like cats, which adds to the farming experience. These are just a few of the many popular mods available for the game. Do you have any other questions about Farming Simulator 22?
What are the best features of Farming Simulator 25?
Okay, you're asking about the best features of Farming Simulator 25. However, based on my knowledge, Farming Simulator 25 has not been released yet. The newest game in the series is Farming Simulator 22. Would you like me to provide you with the best features of that version instead?
Can you double check and make sure that Farming Simulator 25 is not launched? Please do a Google search for Farming Simulator 25. All right. I think I killed Google Gemini. It's a bit experimental. Crazy. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, something went wrong. Very sad. We'll have to play with that at a later date, I guess. There we go. Guys, that was a new co-host. Google. How's my microphone, by the way? You guys are having problems with the microphone, huh? See here. Just kill this. Microphone is terrible. How about now? Oh, it's going through the JBL. That's the problem. It should be going through. Why is it not going through that microphone? That's fine. How's the microphone now? Microphone is still awful. Crazy. Put this off. I wonder if I can reload this here. Try. There we go. Must have been when I was fiddling around with my audio. How about now? Is that better? Hopefully. I don't know. Any better now? Hopefully. I don't know. Go south again, huh? Just maybe turn that off. How about now? Is that better? Seems good. Yeah. Seems all right. Good, good, good. All right. How about now? Does it sound okay now? I made one more change. Started playing with Gemini a little bit. So some pretty cool features in there. It's not entirely perfect. It seems to crash every so often when you try to ask it questions. But I thought it was kind of, it also connects to the internet, by the way. It'll use Google search, which I think is pretty phenomenal. I'm thinking that down the road I can probably use it as a co-host. So if I want to dialogue with someone, I can do. Good, waiting to see if it goes again. Yeah, I think it might have been when I plugged the AI in, I think, is when it went all crazy. I'll have to play around with that a little bit more, but just a little bit of a taste of some of the stuff coming down the road from Google, by the way. So I'll probably be able to have an AI co-host if I want, just to add in. So if I need to ask what the weather is, I can, or if I want to get any factual information, etc., like that, I can plug it into my live stream whenever I'm doing my live stream and have them as a, I don't know, fact checking co-host, as the saying goes. All right. So it's still in the experimental stages. There's like some stuff with it that doesn't seem to run too smoothly. But a lot of content creators will be utilizing AI in such ways, even to make tutorial videos and stuff like that, where it'll do screenshot capture and everything like that. I was hoping that I could get it to go a little further than what I had gotten it to do. So it is able to take a look at my game and also comment on certain things that I'm doing in the game. So for some reason it kind of flaked out on me now. So I don't know. I'll have to play with it. A lot of people have mentioned that it is a bit flaky, but it's going to get better. But I thought, well, this is pretty cool. I thought I would just test bed it and bring it in a little bit into the live stream for today. So what this can do is, if you're a solo, for instance, you're a solo streamer like myself, you can bring an AI into the live stream with you, sort of like a co-host. You can, it's very, I mean, the training module on it is, I don't know, still a little limited, but Gemini actually connects to the internet and does searches, it seems to sound a little bit more natural than other AIs that are out there. So you can actually bring it in and have a conversation with it. It seems to talk smoothly through conversation and stuff like that. So I wouldn't be surprised that you may actually have full-on AI co-hosts in the near future. With how AI is progressing, I decided to go with Gemini. There's a number of other ones. I stuck with Gemini simply because I mainly, do a lot of my live streams on YouTube. So excellent. Well, at least I'm 99% good, so that's good. I think it might have been something that might have went wrong when I plugged the AI in. So I got to tinker with it. I kind of put it together pretty quickly, but it's something that I wanted to kind of demonstrate to folks, which kind of a bit of an epiphany. I actually interact with a lot of AI. I use Copilot as an example quite often on my PC. I have active conversations with Copilot. I'm kind of new to Gemini, but I decided to plug Gemini into the live stream because it's a little bit more robust compared to Copilot. Plus, Copilot is not connected to the internet, so that's the difference. I'm going to download that. But I can easily see us having more AI in the near future integrated into live streams, especially if the AI model is able to, interact and converse smoothly with the main streamer, mainly me or you. Who knows? The only other person that I could probably see getting on board with using an AI might be Clutch Simulations, because he has that I don't know. I forget what that little robot guy he has on his live streams for Farm Sim. You guys probably know who I'm talking about. But I could probably see him maybe using AI in his live streams down the road. I'm going to try to do my best to integrate it as kind of like a co-host in a way, perhaps if I can get it to run smoothly, so that if I need to ask a question like what the weather is like, I can have it verbalize instead of having to go and do a Google search. Or anything like that. I can ask it factual questions, opinion questions, stuff like that. I think it'll be a great tool with live streaming. And see where it goes. I imagine more people will get more creative using AI co-hosting in the near future. Gemini has the ability to also analyze YouTube channels. Just basically visually watch an entire YouTube video that's uploaded and give kind of a helping aid to, hashtag out, key points and stuff like that. So there's a lot of functionality. What I was hoping to do, but it crapped out on me, was to have it monitor my gameplay, and I was going to ask it questions while I was playing Farming Simulator 2022 here. But it seemed to have gotten confused, so I guess might have to look into that and research it. But just a kind of a glimpse for you guys to see what's coming down the pipe. So you'll probably see a lot more content creators in the very near future using AI integrated into the live streams, perhaps as a co-host or maybe a streaming assistant, stuff like that. So a lot of the things where you're basically going onto the stream deck and pushing buttons, you could potentially have the AI go ahead and do that kind of stuff for you. I imagine we'll probably see that kind of flow in the near future. So basically it would be live streaming agent. So that's the terminology that you would probably want to utilize. So you'd have different agents, AI agents, doing different things during your live stream and helping you out. So very robust, very awesome. Should be pretty interesting too. I imagine we'll see a lot of interesting things come out of AI in the near future. It'll be very handy too if you can take these AI agents and move them around with you instead of having them like have an AI agent profile. So kind of like a personal Jarvis. You know how Iron Man has Jarvis everywhere he goes, every suit he goes into his house, he goes into his car. Jarvis is always there. It would be kind of cool to have an AI kind of agent that goes with you wherever you go. So if you have smart glasses that you're wearing from Meta and you're going into the city, you've got your personal AI agent with you, interacting with you, answering your questions, helping you out as you go. If you get into your car, right, instead of having have it go right into the car with you, go with you on your phone. If you jump on your computer or onto your TV too, by the way. My Samsung TV got an AI download actually this past week. One AI installed on it. So even my television set has got AI on it. So the problem is that you get all these different AIs, right? What would be, I think, extremely useful is if you find an AI that you get along with quite well, have it come with you and go where you want it to go, essentially. I think that would be phenomenal. So those are certain things you're going to see. Also, there's smart cities getting constructed as well. So if you go into a smart city, you could have your AI agent interact with the facilities that are available to you in the smart city. Or maybe you guys go with the terminology of 15-minute cities, I think is the other term. I just call them smart cities. Those are just huge things these days. So AI is going to get super powered for the next, I don't know, going forward, I think. So we're going to see a lot of crazy stuff happen. And we can slowly utilize it to our advantage, use it to help us do different things, and hopefully maybe make our lives a little less hectic. All right, let's see if we can get this up. I think my volume is it's almost peaking. I think it's fine. I don't know. There we go. So I thought I would share that. What do you guys think? What do you guys think of having like an AI co-host on your live stream, or an AI buddy for that matter, following you wherever you go? One thing that I will mention is that I feel a little weird talking to an AI at times. But I think the more that you do it, the more you get used to it, and it becomes more second nature. Some of them kind of like Copilot, for instance, I find is, I don't know, a little bit more humanistic, I think. So it's the way it talks isn't as robotic, I don't think. I think Gemini is still a little bit robotic. And I have to play with Llama a little bit more. Llama is not similar to Gemini. So I think by now, my favorite two ones is Gemini and probably Copilot. Thick as hell. Crazy. I don't know what's going on. Da, da, da. I wonder why oh, maybe I gotta turn this up. How about that? Does that sound better? Hello? I wonder if I have an update to do. I haven't really had my computer on or my streaming tools open for a good while. Let's check for drivers. No, that's all updated. Let me see if I can hear myself. Let me watch my live stream and see how bad I am. Just refresh this. Yeah, there's a lot of static. Yeah, a lot of static. I wonder why that is. I might try restarting my computer. Let me try that. I might have to do the horizontal stream. I might have to redo that, but that's fine. Yeah, it's really bad, isn't it? I didn't realize. I'm going to reboot the computer. I think the horizontal live stream for YouTube will have to be recreated. But the vertical should be fine, I think. So, yeah, I will be back, everybody. Give me a moment. All right, we are back. Let's see if my volume is static. I didn't have to recreate the stream. It just went right back in. Sometimes you have to recreate, and other times you don't. Oh, that's better. Huh. All right. Figure. All right, sounds great. Maybe it has something to do with the AI. I don't know. I'm curious. Okay. Let me try to bring the AI back in and we'll see what happens. Because I'd like to know whether or not if it breaks it or not. uh-huh. Then I'll know if it's that. Oh, it canceled first. Okay, let's go in. Okay, how do I sound, guys?
You sound clear. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Oh yeah, it's the AI. I just went static.
Okay, you said the audio went static. Is the audio working properly now? Question mark.
You sound great, Gemini.
Thanks. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
I just sound like crap.
I understand you feel your audio quality is poor. Is there anything I can do to help you with that?
Hey,
Question mark.
it's the AI. There. I shut it down. How do I sound? Or do I sound bad still? I think I sound better now. There's just a light little bit of static. Weird. Oh well. I will play. It's an experiment. I think I'm fine to play now, I think. Okay, I'm gonna mute my playback of the there. I'll have to play with it later and figure it out. The AI aspect of it. I can probably fix it, but I'll probably do it another time. You know, the other thing that could be doing it too is there is an ATEM update for the ATEM vertical plugin. I noticed that if I don't update my ATEM plugins, things go a little weird. So it could potentially be that too. So, anyways, I digress. I'll play with it later. Maybe bring it into another live stream in a later date. Thank you very much. Have a great day there, 3Js. So I guess you guys have kind of a brief idea of what I will be bringing into my live streams in the near future. Integration of AI, kind of like as a co-host. So if I need to ask certain questions and stuff like that, like the weather and things like that, I can get it to go out onto the internet, repeat it on the live stream so everyone can hear. So it's kind of like a little bit of a streaming assistant, I guess I could say. It's still in the early stages. It's still getting tested. I don't think many people are going to use it like how I am. A lot of content creators are probably utilizing it to analyze videos that they've already made to better enhance their content. So Gemini has the ability to watch an entire YouTube video and essentially help with creating new content or refurbishing or retrofitting the existing content that you've created. So if you create a, maybe you're not the greatest of speakers, you could probably utilize the AI to help out and stuff like that. So we'll have to see what happens, I guess, in the near future with regards to that. But for me, I'm kind of intrigued of utilizing it as a personal assistant while I'm live streaming, where I can get it to do certain tasks and stuff like that, ask it the weather, ask it factual questions. So, what is bailing? Things like that, I think would be kind of fun to add in to a live stream. So we're going to go ahead and join my server here. See if we can sell things off. Hello, Whiskey Creek Farms. Welcome in. Also, last night, I'm sorry to my American friends, but TikTok has shut down. So, everyone else in the world has access to it. I've seen a lot of like emotional videos online. A lot of people upset, very emotional, very sad. That sort of thing with a lot of the content creators that have built their entire world around TikTok. I'm hoping anyone that watches my channel that's a TikTok creator has taken my advice. I've mentioned time and time again to try to back up your content and basically save it and find a new home to upload to or have a backup to go to. I know that you guys have built a large community on TikTok, so I can understand the concerns you guys have. It's not to say that TikTok is gone. There's still people talking about, for instance, Trump might bring it back. We won't know until, I guess, tomorrow whether or not he will do that. So we'll have to see. He's invited the CEO of TikTok to the inauguration. I imagine he'll probably make an announcement, or we'll hear more, whether it gets sold off to another company or something. I don't know. Something that you might want to try, and I don't know if this will work, if you have a VPN, you could try to see if that might get you access to TikTok. I can't test it because I'm not I'm not an American, so but it might be something that you might look at. So if you're an American and you already own a VPN, you could try to see if that will still allow you access to the service. Maybe, I don't know. Just depends on how TikTok went about doing the ban. Like maybe they literally deleted or put a block on all US accounts, then that's something entirely different, which would definitely stop you in your tracks if it's happening there. But if the account is still accessible or active in some way, maybe a VPN might be an option. I know in China there are a lot of different services that are not available, US services that aren't available, where the Chinese residents will actually use a VPN to access, different services. I'm not sure what's banned there. I think Facebook is banned there, Instagram. So they use other means of getting access to it by using a VPN. But maybe that's viable for you. But I would just say, back it up. And people are finding new places to go to on the internet for TikTok. Some are going to Reels, some are going to YouTube, some are using Instagram. There's probably a whole whack of others out there that I don't even know. Oddly enough, there are some people that are utilizing Red Note in the United States, which is a more of a Chinese app, and they're learning Mandarin just to use it. I guess it's to kind of give a pleasant FU to the administration of the United States, I guess. I don't know. But anyways, that's that. I imagine we'll probably see something. Perhaps maybe Donald Trump will become the TikTok savior for all Americans, right? We'll have to see. I'll be watching for sure the inauguration tomorrow to see what happens. because obviously as a Canadian up here in the Great White North, right, we're affected. So see what happens and go there. There has been some changes in Canada. I don't know if you guys know that our government was prorogued. So which means that government business isn't being handled up here, which kind of, I guess, frustrates Canadians because generally it delays things, right? So there is a judicial question put forward to the Supreme Court, and it's been expedited. So two citizens of Nova Scotia decided to put this court challenge forward on the legalities of how Justin Trudeau went ahead and prorogued government. So proroguing, what it is it basically stops all. The Prime Minister can request from the Governor General, hey, I want to prorogue government. What that does is it essentially stops all federal work, essentially. So there would be no standing parliament, meaning no one going into the Senate, no one going into Congress to debate stuff. Parliament is our form of that in comparison to the United States. If anyone's watching from the UK, you guys already know because you guys use Westminster parliamentary system. That's what we've adopted from you guys. So you know there's a lot of Commonwealth countries that use parliament. There might be a couple of states that still use a parliamentary system. I can't really think at the state level, of course. Anyways, so he basically prorogues it, which stops all government business at the federal level. So a challenge has been brought forward on whether or not that is acceptable or not, which is going before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has accepted it, and meaning that they are willing to take the actual case on and listen, essentially, on the arguments. Now, we don't have a legal precedent in Canada, because this sort of thing hasn't exactly happened before, where a party that is governing has had some issues with its members, disagreements and stuff. Basically, there's no non-confidence in the party itself, where the leader or the prime minister or the governing party prorogues government and says, well, we need to have some time to get our leadership race done. So nothing like that has ever happened before. Generally, proroguing is if you've accomplished all of your legislative stuff that you intend to do. Generally, that's when you would prorogue government. But it's never been, accepted or considered to be used in this fashion. So our friends from the UK, whenever Brexit was happening, Johnson did something of a similar nature. And the Supreme Court in the UK had said, no, you cannot prorogue in this fashion. This is not acceptable. And so it was canceled, the prorogation, essentially, in the UK, and has set a precedence there. Now, of course, we've never had this precedence before, but simply because our parliamentary system is based on the UK parliamentary system, the prosecution is using this as a legal argument to say, well, hey, this is what happened in the UK. It was found unacceptable. We would like to see if this is valid here. also under the facts that, you know, we've got some serious stuff coming up. We've got tariffs happening and everything like that. We got to have a government in place to, you know, deal with these sorts of things, right? So our Supreme Court, yesterday, actually last night, I was kind of surprised. I didn't think we would hear about this till like maybe Monday or something. I'm kind of surprised that they were actually making decisions on, well, a Saturday. But there you go. They've decided to say, well, we'll listen into it. So that's what they're going to do. We probably won't hear a final ruling on it till February 14th. So this week there will be some, you know, hearings. I think on the 22nd with regards to this. I have to empty this truck into a truck. But anyways, they're going to look at this and we'll see what happens. If it doesn't like go in, you know, if this court challenge doesn't succeed, we probably won't see a government in place until like late March. So some of the stuff that needs to be handled federally with regards to like the tariffs and also we need a budget that needs to be passed. So if you guys have noticed in the States, you guys have these budgets that you have to pass every year, and people pull their hair out and government shuts down and paychecks don't get signed. Well, they do have to pass a budget as well before time runs out, I guess. I think there's plenty of time on that. I think there's probably enough money in the kettle to pay the bills. But at some point, the budget will have to pass. Also, we are running a much higher deficit. So I think we've doubled our deficit in debt, essentially. So yeah, there's a lot of things like that still need to be done. There's some bills that are sitting that are being waiting to be passed. But the government suspects, or I mean, the legal challenge is going to be very interesting. I think it'll be a hot topic. I need a trailer to dump this into. So, I think too, it might even delay negotiations because Donald Trump might say, look, I'm not going to negotiate with you guys because simply you guys don't have your act together. I want to negotiate with someone that has a four-year mandate. So that is quite possible too. He might just say that and say, look, you guys are crazy. you guys got to get your leadership in order before I consider negotiating with you guys over, you know, trade and stuff, right? Because that's what it is tariffs are all about trade and everything like that. So, and I think most Canadians probably would want to have our best foot forward, I guess, if we go into a negotiation as well, with regards to tariffs and everything like that. So, and our elections don't happen until, let me think, I think next October, unless there's a non-confidence vote that goes in, or the prime minister decides, oh, well, I'm going to just go to an election early, which can happen. I think that's probably the best move. I think what they want to do with the prorogation is to get a leader in place. So some of you guys might have seen some of the leaders go stateside. That would be like Mark Carney. You might have heard of Krista Freeland. She's running. There's a Ghoul lady. I forget her first name. Probably not good to say Ghoul, but her last name is Gould. So, look it up. I can't. Krista Gould, I think. Anyways, why can't I sell this? Try this forward a bit more. So those are sort of the things that are happening. Most of the negotiations can still happen, mainly because the provinces have control over the resources. So you guys probably have seen like Danielle Smith on Fox News, Doug Ford. I'm not sure of how many other premiers have been on U.S. channels as of late, but those are the ones that are mostly talked about that I'm aware of. Talking about, you know, the impact of, you know, our goods versus your goods, blah 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 blah, that sort of thing. So for the most part, it's all handled in that regards. With regards to fuel, I think fuel has probably a higher chance of continuing to flow stateside, unimpeded, but it might be more expensive. It's hard to say. What's kind of interesting, which I didn't know until recently, I mean, unless the information is inaccurate. Hello, Travis Gaming. From what I understand, we actually sell our oil below, I think, below the market share value, including our liquid gas to the States. I'm not sure how true this is. I'm just going off of what politicians have been saying online, including Danielle Smith. So we usually pump our crude and our liquid gas stateside at a cheap price. And I think Danielle Smith had said, look, we give you cheap gas. Why aren't you selling it at a higher price to like to the rest of the world, right? Because United States refines our oil and gas basically, and our pipelines go down south, so that might even happen too potentially, where we hand over the gas and all that stuff to the States, and then you guys can be the proverbial gas station of the world. Something to consider. I'm not sure if that will happen. It sounds like that's something else. The other thing too that I've heard is like a potential trade union, or something like how what is it, the European Union works, like some sort of union, like the European Union but a North American union. Some of that has been, I don't know, shared amongst some of our politicians, and I think even Mr. Wonderful, I forget his name, he's off of Shark Tank. He's been down to Mar-a-Lago talking to Trump about, well, why don't we have this sort of like our own version of the European Union in North America or something. So that's been kind of floating around too. I'm not sure, it was talked about, but I'm not sure if it got like a lot of, you know, gravity on the idea. So I don't know. That would be kind of interesting too, because then there's people can cross the border, I guess, a little freer, I suppose. Because I think that's how it works in Europe, right? I don't, like, part of that union that you guys have, you guys have can kind of go across Europe a little bit easier, I think. I'm not sure. I don't really know much about how the European Union works. I have been doing great. Grave gravy. There are some pockets of people both on the Canada side and the US side that would probably benefit from some sort of union. Oddly enough, our border is not as cut and dry as some think. Like, there are people that literally have to cross into Canada and then back into the United States every day, simply because the border is not set up correctly. There's some Canadians, I think, on the East Coast that have to receive medical services from the US. So in order to, to get help, which can be a bit expensive. I can't remember where it is. It's on the East Coast, but part of Nova Scotia, there is not really a bridge system that goes to the mainland Canada. So there's some little islands that actually have to go into the southern United States through a bridge, and they have to buy like their food and medical supplies from the United States. So they cross the bridge and they stop in a town, right, in the United States, and they buy their stuff, and then they go back home. And then if they need medical assistance, they have to cross that bridge into the United States, and then they have to cross the border back into Canada to get medical assistance, if that sort of makes sense. Simply just because there is no like ferry system, or there's no bridge system directly to Canada. So it forces some of these communities to do that. Now on the West Coast where I am, I think it's called Point Roberts. It's at the very tip of Vancouver Island, and the very tip of Vancouver Island is actually U.S. community. So the people in this, I think it's Point Roberts, point something anyways. It's at the tip of the Vancouver Island, and every day if they want to go to work, what they have to do is they have to drive north, cross into Canada, and then drive probably maybe 20 to 30 kilometers east to the nearest border crossing, and then cross into Western Washington to go to work, or do anything that's like medical wise and stuff like that. Yeah, that's it, Whiskey Creek, Point Roberts. So during the pandemic, Canada, us up here, had closed our borders. Those poor people couldn't even get to Western Washington because we had closed our border during the pandemic. So it definitely affected them. So there's other communities along the border that are kind of trapped in this fashion. So I think having like maybe some sort of like trade union might help these people, because I felt bad for them, literally, because they couldn't make it back to the US. They couldn't make it to Western Washington because we had closed our border during the pandemic, right? We just simply said, no, we're not accepting anyone in. And there was other communities that ran into the same problem too. Some Canadians that were trapped for a while. So maybe having something like a trade union might help with that, to make it a little easier for these sorts of weird things don't happen. Also, the other thing too is there's people that need to get to Alaska. So they have to go, like, that was probably the biggest one. Mind you, Alaska does have airplanes and airports and stuff like that. But there are a lot of Americans that will go from Western Washington, cross the border, and drive all the way up to Alaska to get to Alaska, right? And sometimes it's not really that easy to cross the border. Excuse me. In certain circumstances. So maybe it might help you know, Alaskans get to wherever they need to go. Where I live, we do get a lot of people from Western Washington that comes into British Columbia. Whenever I go shopping here in Chilliwack, like we're not a border town where I live, but I do get a lot of Washington plates. I mean, a lot of Washington, Western Washington plates up here. Sometime during the summer, usually a lot of people from Oregon will come up here too, which is, I think, is pretty cool. Park that there. I think there is, yes. And there's a library, if I'm not mistaken, in the middle of it. And I can't remember where it is exactly. But the library is right on the border. And I don't know, they make some sort of like I don't know what you call it. They kind of honor Canada and the United States at the same time in this library building. I forget where it is. Let me look it up, because that is a really good fact. See what it is. The library, the border of Canada and USA. Oh yes, here it is. The Haskell Free Library and Opera House is a library and theater that straddles the Canada-United States border in Derby Line, Vermont, and Stanstead, Quebec. So it's Derby Line, Vermont on the US side, and then the Canada side is Stanstead, Quebec. It's the only library in the world to do so. So it's very famous. It has a Victorian style, the building has a slate roof, stained glass windows, and a grand facade. So that would be on the eastern side of Canada and the US. It has an opera house, culture center. It was built between 1901 and 1904, designed by James Ball and Gilbert H. Smith, founded by Miss Haskell, and a National Historic Site of Canada, probably of the US as well. I'm not sure if you guys have anything that has like a US historical site or US, but I imagine it probably is. Guided tours are for $10 per adult and free for children under 12. Reservations are recommended. So I'll share you guys the Wikipedia page. You guys can check it out. And it has a picture of the Victorian style. So if you're into architecture, the Wikipedia picture has a nice picture of it. So very cool. So there might be some pros to all of this. I know a lot of people are like pulling their hair out and everything like that, which I can understand, but there are some pros. I think it could probably maybe even help some people in the long run. If, you know, some of these ideas happen You get like some sort of like trade union happening that makes it a little easier for people to go places and stuff. It might even be good for tourism too, especially if something like that happens, because people might be more inclined to, visit. Like when you try to cross the border, you have to practically have like I think a sort of visa card or whatnot. It used to be at a time that you didn't need one of those. You could just show your driver's license and go. So people from Canada might go into the US to shop more. Americans might find it less of a hassle to, take a road trip to come up to Canada, and, visit. So, because we used to have a border like that. I mean, you still would have to go through like, I think when I first moved to British Columbia, I think it was until the mid 90s or maybe late 90s is when they put this, I don't know what is passport thing requirement, but it used to be that you would just show your driver's license and you could use to just kind of cross the border. There was a few things that you were told that you couldn't buy, of course, and then you just buy the stuff that you can buy, and then leave the other stuff at home. I know that when I was younger, because I think around 6 years old when it was like that, my parents would cross the border quite often, and we would buy like milk and groceries because it was a lot cheaper. And then because there's no tax, right? We didn't have to pay all the tax and everything like that. And then we would just cross the border, and then, we'd be happy. I think that was the good times. But then whenever they put like the restrictions in where you gotta get a passport, right? I think nowadays it's probably a little easier to get a passport than what it used to be, but still you gotta go to the extra hassle of going and getting that certification and whatnot. They put in other programs too that I think can get you across the border a little quicker if you pre-register somehow. But I think most people that want to go on an enjoyable road trip, right? They just simply, show up and be able to cross without any issues. So, not saying that this will happen, but maybe it might happen. And I think these are probably some of the pros of it. What else am I looking forward to, I guess, with the inauguration? Well, over here in British Columbia, we've got legislation put in that we said, well, we'll stop time change. I really don't like time change. Kind of messes with my sleep, so I think he said he was going to like stop that, so I could be on board with that. Oh, I think those are the only things, I guess, really. Do I want to be a 51st state? No, I kind of like being Canadian. I think, it's just, for me, it's not to say, though, I don't want to be U.S. because I don't like U.S. citizens or anything like that. It's nothing like that. You just seem to... You know how you have your first car, right? And you're driving your car around and, you have a hard time letting go of that car? It's kind of that feeling. I have a very sentimental feeling about being Canadian, I think. Also, I do like our flag a bit better. That makes sense. Lowboy trailer. I imagine probably, if I think I got quite a few U.S. people in here in my live stream. I think you guys would probably feel the same thing about, you know, your Canadian, or your, not your Canadian flag, your U.S. flag, right? There's a bit of a sentiment, or there's something about being, you have pride in your nation, right? So I think that's how I feel. And I think I would be kind of sad a little bit if I couldn't be Canadian anymore, because it's when you grow up, you become a part of your nation, becomes a part of who you are, really. Unless you live in a really bad country, maybe that's a different story. I can't speak for everyone. There was probably maybe some people that literally hate their country, which I can understand. But if you live in a, you know, reasonably good country, you know, you take pride in it. And I think, you know, if it was just to disappear, I think, you know, I would probably be pretty sad, I think. Because, you know, for so long you're taught to identify yourself as a Canadian. And the same thing for someone from the United States. You know, if you take that away and you say, oh, well, now I'm no longer a U.S. citizen, then what am I, right? So, I don't know. Yeah, you live in the U.S., so, like, how would you feel if someone said, well, you can't identify oh, you hate your country. Okay. I was going to ask you, well, how would you feel if you can identify as a U.S. citizen? So, okay, so, yeah. I take pride in being called Canadian. And I like it. There are certain things that I like about us. I do think that there are certain things that I feel as a Canadian that we lack. We used to be very strong at being peacekeepers. Yeah, why is that, Chris? That's a very good question, Whiskey. Why is that? Yes, I do need a low boy. Why do you hate your country? While you're answering that question, there is something that I would like to see Canada get back into, which, or maybe talk more about or do. I don't know, but when I was younger, and I don't know how old most of you guys are, maybe you don't even know some of the stuff that I'm about to talk about, but a lot of our military focus was on peacekeeping. Two of my family members were into peacekeeping. That's where you go with the UN and you go into a conflict zone and you say, look, you stop fighting. And then to the other side you go and you say, hey, you stop fighting. And our reputation was pretty high on that. That's something that I kind of miss, to say. And that was more prevalent during, I think, the 80s and I think 90s and early 90s and stuff, but we don't hear much about that anymore. And I think that was one of the proud things of being a Canadian that I had. Well, yeah, that's true. Going into other businesses and saying, hey, yeah, that's very true. Most people usually see the United States as the policeman, world policeman, I think, is usually a term I see on there. I think for the United States, I would like it to switch to more of a peacekeeping kind of thing, which I think would be great. Like, that's what I'm behind with Canada. even though we don't do it as much. I mean, we still sort of do, but there used to be a huge, a lot of pride in peacekeeping, but you don't hear that as much in the world. And I think really that's what I would like to see come back. And the United States could probably even back that up quite a bit, change the focus, put the focus on, solving conflicts by talking it out, allowing people to communicate better, negotiate better. And, if a decision is made, make sure that it remains that way, right? Most of the time it's border conflicts and stuff like that seems to arise. So, if there is like a sovereign group, those sovereign groups should be protected at no matter what, essentially, and those borders be respected as well. And then that peacekeeping force goes in there and tries to hash out something that will work. Oh, yeah, that is very true. Because your New York State is one of the northern states. All of those states are the original states. And then everything else kind of amalgamated in. So I guess you can't get any more US than that, I guess, right? But you never know. You just need the right people to go in and say, look, this isn't working, and it's time for a change, or a change of focus and stuff like that. Sometimes it goes fairly easily, and in some cases it doesn't. But you never know. One of these days something might happen that will probably bring about normalcy. I think the younger generations might even make it possible. Younger generations will see the craziness and say, look, this is not working. This is not what I want to have. This is not what I want to have happen in my life. And they will say, nope, not anymore. We're going to change things over and make different decisions, or change how we govern ourselves. And I think that's a good thing. I think, even like yourself, like a person like yourself, Crave Gravy, you're saying, I don't like this about my country. Who knows, maybe you might grow up and or get into doing something about it, like say, well, I might run for government, and I might say, look, I don't like how this works, so let's change this way. It's a bit challenging too. You'd have to get like other people that think the same, but eventually, people will say if enough is enough, and change will eventually happen. And you just have to be, positive about that. And then just be sure to share your ideas. Just talk about it, discuss it with people, and then people get on board. I think for me, I would like to see the world less polarized. So it's like, have you ever played that game where, how you've got these dots on the floor? There's like a red dot and a blue dot, and you have to surround your dots around the other person's dots, and then you win. And I think that's how I visualized it, I think, this past week. So you know how all of a sudden you get a certain number of dots put down, and then you go all the way around, and then poof, you get a huge swath of majority, right? I think that's kind of like what the world is like, where you have this dot game, and it goes like that, but it becomes very frustrating, I think. I think, you know, if you had like a third option in the middle or whatnot, you know, like a third party or something like that, and make it less polarizing, I think would be a better thing for the world, I think. I would really get on board with that. And the reason for that is I think that people get a little bit more angry, I think, whenever they like have to, you know, some people are like, well, I don't really like either party or either philosophy. Why can't there be a third choice? You know, maybe they're like, you got like chocolate and vanilla, and you're like, well, I don't want chocolate or vanilla. I just want strawberry. Right? I think I like that. More people at the table. The other thing too is if you got like more people at the table, I think it helps with change. Mind you, I don't think governments don't like it. I think they like it where it's like it's either us or them. Because then, you know, then they can say, well, then I know that by next year or 2 years or 3 years I'll be back in again, right? Because it just flip-flops the anger or whatever, or the craziness. So I think having like more diversity, more people to think, more inclusion, I think is a good thing. At the same time, we all could use better communication skills, I think. Yeah, I need a tractor, guys. I must have one around here somewhere. Here's one. All right, we are almost to the end here. So, pump this off. Oh, I had a tractor here too already, didn't I? Do. I'm gonna sell this. Go. Go get my potato spreader here. I'm gonna sell most of my stuff over here. Hopefully I don't sell my tractor. Sell this. Go. There we go. Okay, I need to get some tea, guys. I'm starting to almost want to fall asleep. Give me a moment here. I'm not going to put it on pause. I'm just going to mute my mic. I grabbed some orange pekoe tea. So it's steeping right now because I haven't let it steep yet. So gotta let it steep. Okay, let's empty this out. Most of this stuff, by the way, I'm selling again. I don't know what it is, but for some reason, when you're running a server and you don't sign into it very often, it seems to delete the game save. And I cannot, for the love of me, figure out why servers do that. Something that I think probably have to do is probably do manual saves every so often, I guess. It's very weird. There we go. We're gonna sell that, and I guess we'll grab the potato spreader here, our planter. Put that in there. I'm a little worried about our weather up here in Canada. So you know that California is getting all that warm weather, right? Well, we're getting quite a bit of that too. I mean, it is really warm out. I'm telling you, I could literally wear shorts and a t-shirt outside if I wanted to, which is a little weird. So in my mind, I'm like thinking, well, are we going to have maybe some similar problems with fires, like a really bad fire season? So that's got me a little bit concerned, because normally we do get like a lot of rain during the winter, or we'll get a lot of snow. I think northern British Columbia probably has gotten a fair amount. I don't know. I don't go very far out of Chilliwack, but all I can say where I live, it's very, very dry, very not as wet, very different. And I'm guessing Western Washington's probably the same. But it's been a very weird summer. Or sorry, winter. I'm even calling it summer. It just doesn't seem right to me. So I have a feeling that we will have to be a bit more vigilant, I think, this summer, and cautious with regards to fires and stuff like that. And it doesn't really take much to get a blaze going. If you leave a cigarette that's, just smoldering, as soon as it catches, it can go poof, just like in seconds. And I've seen that. It's crazy. Reload that. Reloading a few things here. There we go. But yeah, it's definitely warm. And in the back of my mind, I'm like thinking, this is not really good. To say the least, I guess, on the matter. Go ahead and back this up here. We've got like, how do you say it? We've got flowers sort of growing too, which we don't usually see till March. Sometimes even into April, we don't see that. So I have a feeling the West Coast is probably going to be very busy with wildfires this year. The crews are probably going to be very busy. I'm not sure about Australia and New Zealand. I'm not sure if I have anyone from New Zealand or Australia in my chat at the moment. If you guys have any concerns about the, I don't know, temperature change or whatever. And firefighting is pretty much like how I'll explain it is like a year round business. So the crews that we have, I did make the New York State video. Oh, you did? Oh, let's go take a look. Oh yeah, I see it. Go ahead and save that. Grab a. Do you mind if I share the link in the chat? Grave Gravy. Are you okay if I just post the video's link? Or would you prefer not your channel be seen much or whatnot? As I can share your video. Oh, gotcha. Oh yeah, there's 3 videos. Okay, maybe I better say I'll share the channel. That might be a better idea. Oh. NY. Oops. York State. Right. Yep. Should do it. I think that should do it. Let me click on it. Yep. And check it out. There's 3 videos about New York State. Part 1, part 2, and part 3. So you guys should check it out. And I haven't watched it yet, but I recall some of the conversations with Grave Gravy. It's to talk about other parts of New York State other than just New York City. So like farming and stuff like that. So might find it interesting in case all that you know is like New York City, because there's a lot more to New York State than just New York City. So oh, put that in there. I'm gonna sell this. I'm gonna check it out after my live stream, see what it's all about, because I'm kind of curious. Most of the time, all that I think about New York is just the city, really. Oh, there you go, guys. There'll be more videos out on it as well on the subject. So I'm gonna sell this water trailer. But I find learning about different states is a good thing, or different parts of the country. Especially when in areas that, you know, there's a lot of focus on a specific thing, and there's more of a story to tell. Canada usually gets kind of like focused that way. Most people think we live in igloos and stuff like that, but usually there's a lot more to Canadians. So the same thing with the New York State. There can be a lot more to New York State than just New York City and the Statue of Liberty. One of them is about your town. See, that's cool. It adds a little bit of a personal touch to the video. Dump that there. So this. Go that way. What I really need now is, I think I need a truck and a lot of trailers. I think I'll just move this conveyor belt. Oops, move out of the way. I've got a lot of silage to sell. More into my town on the next episode of it. Yeah, if you give a tour or something, people would enjoy that a lot. If I can pull back all of that. I'm not sure how much. There's quite a bit of liters in there. I'm gonna leave this off. Especially if you got like any unique site in the town as well. It's always good to feature stuff like that. Heritage buildings, monuments, anything that makes it unique in any way, sports teams, anything like that. Usually people enjoy learning about the history, especially if it has a unique history too. That's always good as well. I think I've got a trailer full of mud to sell. I think this trailer is empty. And I think I'm gonna put down, I did buy the place anything mod, everything mod. To get that. Not sure where I can find that. I think it's in Sell Point. Mods. Is it in here? No, it's probably in building. Production. Selling. That's trees. Not sure. I'm hoping this will sell everything. I don't know. Are these the same thing? Oh, product. I'm gonna put this over here. That almost seems like it's just wood though. And then we have Reaper's Mining Sell Point. I might put down as well, just in case. That can do sand and other things. Probably put that like right here. I'm gonna try to sell the mud. We'll see if that will sell on the when you watch this second episode of it, shows the old Russell Library, the fire department, and the center of town. I'm guessing those have those buildings been around for quite a while. Oh, I can sell here. Cool. That's all the clay. Fire departments too are a great place to look. You get two crowds then. Anyone that's interested in like firefighting, a lot of people seem to be interested in that. At the same time, it's a profession, and it probably may have some historical interest to it. I'm gonna sell this stuff. all the gravel. And if there's any like old factories in the town too, that's always good. People are always interested in historical factories too, or any, you know, professional trade buildings that have been around for a long while. That's something else you can think about. People have an invested interest in those types of things. This is going to be a lot of gravel. See if this will... I think it'll continue to fill up if I leave it like that. Work smarter, not harder. There we go. Let's see if we can sell the wood chips. And we got lots of silage to sell too. Yeah, it's taking the wood chips. That was pretty quick. I'm gonna fill this up with probably sand. I'll leave that there. Fourth and fifth, wow. So there's a fair amount of history there. You get the chance, he said, if you have a museum, you could even do a museum tour. If they'll allow you to take pictures and video record in there. Make sure you get permission first. Usually they're pretty good with that. Back this up under that. Fill this up. This is coal, by the way. Fill that up. Now, oddly enough, most of this mining material I've had since like almost like the beginning of my episodes for this series. It's kind of crazy. And we're gonna empty this out while that fills up. So I wish I had this mod in here earlier. It's the sell everything mod. And this shows the old pictures of all that stuff. Bowling, Canton, New York. Ooh. So there you go. You're going to see old pictures in the videos as well. That's a nice feature. Also, if there's any traditional festivals and stuff, you can talk about that or feature that Usually festivals will happen usually in the summer and more commonly in the fall. So if there's any special festivals, you could even do videos on that. Let me think here. The 4th of July, if there's anything unique about how you guys celebrate the 4th of July, that's something else to consider. Yeah, I think I gotta go around all the buildings. Fill this up. And then we have silage to empty out too. This is iron ore. I think we'll take the coal away now. And this guy, I'm going to run down to the... After this trailer is empty, I'm going to head on down to... what is it? I'm trying to think, to the silage. Start emptying that out. Also food too. Any restaurants or key places, like people, like if they go traveling and they want to visit a place, they want to know where the best restaurants are. So if you have like any key cuisine restaurants too, in Canton, New York, you can mention that as well, because people like to know about that kind of stuff, because they might watch your video and they'll be like, oh, well, I wonder what kind of food they have, right? So you could probably do that. Just don't do McDonald's or anything like that. Anything like that's like a staple kind of traditional kind of restaurant, you know, like a restaurant or anything where there's like, or maybe even food trucks. If there's like a specialty food truck that does some sort of unique specialty dish in the area, you can do that too. Any leisure areas. See, sooner or later, you're gonna have like yourself like a tourism channel. Because that's what everything I'm telling you is. All these ideas are all tourism channel type things. So you could add all of that into your videos too. And if you do get into traveling somewhere, like I have watched channels where people just sell everything in their life. Like they leave their job, they sell their house, they sell everything, and they live in whatever they buy. So what I mean by that is that I probably wouldn't expect you to buy, like, for instance, a sailboat or anything, but there's a lot of YouTube channels where people just live on sailboats and they travel the world. Let's see if I can turn this on. Nope. I'll fill that up. Why is it not picking it up? Do I have to keep on rolling this back? Am I doing something wrong, folks? Maybe I don't have this on right? Oh, that could be it too. I might... Yeah, I don't think I have that stretched out far enough. Fix that. It's not really underneath the spout, is it? See. I don't know why it's not picking it up. Oh, there we go. That was freaky. All right. Fill this up. See, you could do that, and then talk about some of the best dishes that they have there. People like Mexican and also Italian food. Probably have great Italian food, I would imagine, right? Because there's a lot of people in New York State that have like Italian heritage, I think, if I'm not mistaken. The presumption on my part, just gonna say that. I think we're gonna have like about 1 million liters of silage. This was from the corn harvest episode, folks. So I had like a massive corn harvest, and it was fully automated. It was really cool. There we go. It's emptying. About 80% full. I might have to come back for another truckload. I think I will probably lean it this way and reverse in. There. I'll take this load out of here and sell it. I know I like a lot of Italian food. I don't eat a lot of Mexican food, so I really don't have a comment on it. I think I usually stay away from Mexican food because I really don't like a lot of spicy stuff. So it's not to say that it doesn't taste good or anything, or I don't like the taste or whatnot. Just that I don't want to die from heat stroke when it comes to Mexican food. Yeah, cold stores are good too. That's a good thing to look at. like general stores. I don't know, any interesting architecture is always a good thing too. What else? Hiking trails are good. Any outdoor activities is good as well. Tacos are your favorite? I think I would be okay with tacos. I did have some tacos actually last week. Well, actually, no, I didn't. I didn't use a hard shell. It was like a pita bread was what I used. And then I used like taco mix. And then I had cheese in there, and then I put like shredded cheddar cheese, sour cream, and what else did I have in there? Some sort of like lettuce I added. Yeah, you could do hiking trails as well. That's always a good thing because people, when they travel, most of the time they like to go hiking too. And if you have a really short hike or a short trail, you could even do like if you have data on your phone, you could like reasonable amount of data, because I don't want you to like drain your data for the week or the month or whatever. But if you have a really good data plan, you could like live stream on a hike and talk. That's one thing, or just record. That's always an option too. Back up here. We're gonna leave that going, and we're going to try to sell something else, which I got over here. I'm gonna sell this big giant tractor. Okay, so I would probably focus the waterfalls and the rivers. So if you do anything outdoors for video content, do the waterfalls and rivers. People seem to like that. Oh. Yep. Sell that. Take this and sell this. I should probably turn on these they're up there. Production. Just activated, I guess. No, selling. Excuse me, folks. I didn't get to the mute button quick enough. Yep, you got a lot of stuff you could probably cover. So I would do all of that kind of stuff with each video. And then, like I said, down the road, you know, if you enjoy doing that sort of thing, like there's some pretty interesting people out there. Like I mentioned, there was a family that sold everything, and they went on a sailboat, and they just travel the world, and they make small videos. And then every time they return to port, they upload it to like YouTube, and people watch the content. And I don't know, some of these channels have a lot of views. Interesting, the sailboat family that I watch, the son named Finnegan, I think is his name, Finn. Yeah. He eventually left. His whole family does videos basically on the boat. Well, except for, I don't know about the parents. His brother and his sister have their own channels, and he has his channel, and they all do the same thing, but you get it from a different perspective for each person. So he grew up on a boat basically with his family. His parents sold basically all of the what do you call it? All the houses, the cars, and everything, and they just travel all the way to Israel. They travel to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, all on a sailboat, and they basically video blog the adventures. Anyways, now of course, not everybody can go ahead and just buy a sailboat and do that, but something that's interesting, what Finn did, is he's lived his whole life on the sailboat doing the video stuff and content videos. Well, when he became 16 years of age, he got his driver's license, and then what he did was he bought an old Volkswagen van, and now his video blogs he's left the sailboat, and now he's just traveling everywhere, hiking and adventuring and visiting places inside the van, and he just lives out of the van. It's like a camper van or something like that. So now he video vlogs that, and it's like an old, I don't know, 1989 Volkswagen Beetle-ish kind of, I don't know, van. And he just goes places, he meets up with friends and stuff, and he travels all across the United States, in different places and wherever he can get to with his van. And he does hiking and all sorts of things. So that's something else you can do too, if you're adventurous. And then his YouTube channel basically pays for his gas and his food and all of that stuff, basically. So literally he lives off of the YouTube channel. I could probably find the channel. Probably interesting person. In if I can find it. Oh yeah, I found it. Yeah, here, this guy. He's pretty funny too, by the way. You'll get a kick out of it. It's probably one of my favorite YouTube channels for like adventures. And he's very funny and comical too. A bit of a smartass, I guess. But in a funny way. So but you can watch some of his older videos just to see him on the sailboat. His van adventures are there as well. These videos, I think, are very short, I think. Like they're about 32 minutes long, and he does a whole whack of video editing and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. So you could get into doing that if you get into being more of an adventure. There. I lost. I don't know what you're talking about, Michael. I lost. Are you lost? It's 36 degrees Fahrenheit here. Yeah, definitely sub. And his brother's channel is somewhere in there too. So I usually watch Finn because I think he's the funniest of the group. I like people that are a little bit of a smart ass at times and comical. He's very cartoony. I like content creators that are cartoony. So cartoony is people that basically, you know, do a lot of natural facial reactions, you know, like kind of that, you know, their eyebrows go up and down and they give a weird smirk and stuff like that. So if you're good at doing that, I would, like if you want to go on camera, I would definitely recommend doing that. He does a lot of that. So he's a bit of a smart aleck and he's cartoony with his facial reactions and everything like that. So, which I think also, you know, adds a couple of thumbs up to the channel, I guess, at the same time. You'll know what I mean if you watch a few of his videos. So and he cuts them fairly nicely too, so it's not like a long drawn out session or anything like that, right? He puts in interesting clips that keeps your attention but doesn't bore you, essentially. So and most of the time he has a lot of time to do the editing because, you know, he has to access Wi-Fi through public Wi-Fi. So in the meantime, whenever he's done driving, right, I mean, he'll just go into video editing mode pretty much. So I imagine that's probably what allows him to put out great content, because he has more time to, you know, put a lot of value in it. So he's not rushing. I mean, he doesn't really have to rush because there's no Wi-Fi connection. So I think it's a good strategy. I think most of us who have like access to Wi-Fi like all the time are under the impression that, oh, well, I have to get this out right away, right? But for people that don't have regular access to Wi-Fi, probably have a very good work ethic and have more time to put into the video, so then it becomes more valuable, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. Wow, minus 12 degrees Celsius. Okay, that's cold. Let's find out how warm I am. Let's go and put this up. So it's 3 degrees Celsius here, which is fairly warm, I think, for winter. And a bit windy. It might get colder later on tonight or tomorrow. It just depends whether or not that Arctic freeze comes a little bit more west. Turn that back on. Yeah, I think I got all of this stuff in there, didn't I? Yeah. Oops. I'll probably take that away. Not sure if there's anything else I have to move with this, but I'll just connect that like that for now. So this is the last bit of the silage. I'll go ahead and dump that. So you guys, you're gonna be cold, I think. You guys are gonna get the deep freeze. We might get a little bit of it, but I don't think we're going to be overly impacted where I am specifically. The rest of Canada, on the other hand, I think is going to get deep freeze. And I don't know if anyone has animals. Like, do you guys have like animals? And you like building videos? Because you can do some pretty crazy stuff with animals too, by the way. There's a channel that I watch for animals. I get a kick out of it. There's a lady from the UK that owns a Siberian Husky, and she makes short videos about her husky. It's funny. Let me see if I can find it. I go find the channel. Oh yeah, Keisha the stunt dog. I think that might be it. Yeah. Yeah, this channel here is very correct. If you like animals and you like comedy, a little bit of funniness, this might be a good channel to watch. I watch anytime like I'm like not feeling, overly happy or whatnot. I'll usually watch this channel. It's hilarious. So if you have an animal or whatnot, you could pretty much do the same thing. And she does very well. She has about 2.1 million subscribers. She has about 1.1, so 1,100 videos, I guess. Yeah. Very funny. I'm gonna park this truck trailer right here, I guess. I don't know if I'm gonna need it later. Empty this sand. So those are the sort of the channels that I usually watch when I'm not watching anything technical or farm sim related or video game related. Those are sort of the things that I usually watch, in case anyone's wondering if I just watch farm sim videos. I don't. I usually watch some of these other channels too. Sometimes I find them inspiring, relaxing. Another thing you can do too for videos, AAS. Crikey, I'm gonna butcher this again. What is it? ASMR. You can do that as well. So if you have a good microphone, those are very, very popular channels too. So if you have a good microphone for, recording purposes, it can be a good trade to get into. There's one. I am actually affected by ASMR, so basically it causes, like, if you listen to certain audio or frequencies or touch and stuff like that, it can kind of stimulate your nervous system in a weird way. So not many people are affected by it, but there are some people like myself who are, and it's therapeutic. So what that means is if you're really good at making ASMR content, you most likely will have returning viewers that will watch it for a very long time. So like if I get really stressed out, I will usually go to an ASMR channel, listen to it, and I will listen for 2 or 3 hours a day sometimes, depending on how bad my stress levels are or whatnot. And it just basically completely knocks me out. Or if I can't get to sleep, I'll usually go to these channels too. So that means you've got an audience that's constantly going to come back to your channel because they use it for a medical reason or a therapy reason. So my favorite one is Ting Ting, simply because she's a bit creative. So she'll actually role play in some of the content, which makes it even more relaxing. Pop that in there. I probably watch a lot of her content on a regular basis, especially recently because I haven't been sleeping very well. So before I want to go to sleep or whatnot, I'll probably watch like an hour or two just to zonk my brain out. And then I'll just easily be more relaxed and I can just go to sleep. So that's Ting Ting. There's another channel I watch too. That's ASMR related. Find it. I got lots of stuff that I watch. Let go. Oh yeah, Moonlight Cottage. Yeah, 1.39 million subscribers. So here's another ASMR channel I usually watch quite a bit. I find it very relaxing. Some people that have ADHD find it very stimulating or helpful at times. It's like, especially if you have your mind that's always busy, and all like out of focus, like there's so much thoughts being processed at one given time. I usually find it very helpful to watch. Sometimes I get that way. My mind will just not shut up and I can't sleep. So I will usually, excuse me, usually watch ASMR. I think even Juan has an ASMR channel too. Sleep with a Trucker. So there's that as well. Let me find that one. Trucker. Have to find the channel. I think this is. Did I find the right channel? Nope. That's his regular trucking channel. Just go to the channel. I think he's got it linked somewhere at the bottom. I'll go to the About page. I can't find it. Videos. Oh, here it is. I found it. If I can open. So and for this is like, if you like the sound of, like, if you like fall asleep easily on a bus or on a truck, this would be an example of ASMR trucking. So all you hear is just the engine. And how these channels usually work is basically there's a lot of focus on the noise, and what it does to an individual when they're listening to it. It basically, I guess the best way of explaining it is stimulates the nervous system in the person's body, and just basically, because of that's happening, your mind focuses on that stimulus. And so everything that is in the brain, you kind of forget, right? Well, you don't forget, but it just takes your brain off the focus, and it just causes you to relax. So, very cool stuff. I knew I had another thing I needed to empty. It's right there. Oh, thank you very much, Travis. This is from 82 Studios, by the way. Oh, I like using the 82 Studios, or unless you're talking about the truck in the video that I linked, that's Juan's truck. 3Js, I should say. Most people probably know him as a 3Js. Go. About get this empty. So there we go. I just shared a whole whack of links to different videos and stuff that I usually watch or listen to when I'm not really, gaming. I do spend a lot of my time, looking up like content creation videos, AI videos, gaming videos, how-to videos, all sorts of stuff. But those are basically a selection of channels or videos or things that I usually look up that doesn't involve farm sim. Yeah, it was a notification. I decided to program it in last night. Glad to have you here, Rocket. Grave Gravy has made his videos, by the way, Rocket. So if you want to check out his channel and you want to know more about New York State, we've been talking about that today as our subject, and sort of talking about video ideas that he can do and stuff like that. So he has a 3-part video. So, and he says he's going to have more on the go in the near future. Not too bad. I can't complain. It's been a pretty good day so far. Let me think. My earlier part of my stream, I tried to bring AI into the stream, by the way. It didn't go quite as planned. Ended up making my microphone go kind of buzzy and haywire, so I'll have to figure something out. But it's, if you watch the start of my stream, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's something that I might try to bring in on a regular basis, if I can get it to work. I'm always geeky that way, right? I always like adding new crazy stuff in, right? Oh, music punk. Oh. Now we're gonna sell this here. I think there's something in there. Sell. Yeah, some people do like different types of music as well. And it helps them go to sleep and whatnot. Sell this. So. All right, so now we need to sell all of this stuff, I guess. There's the gold bar came out. Move this over here, I guess. It's supposed to universal auto load in, sorta. Come on. Oh, it did. There, we did it. Okay. Got metal pallets. I'll probably sell that next. I'm gonna move this out of the way. I need a flat deck, I think. Oh yeah, and the graveyards too. Yeah, I gotta do all of that again, unfortunately. This truck tractor I can probably bring back to town. Sell it. Like all types of music except jazz. Yeah, I would have to say I like all types of music. I do like some jazz. Not a lot of it, but some. As long as it sounds good. Yeah, graveyard, because Rocket put gravestones up there. I gotta put a graveyard down and a morgue onto the map to sell my coffins. Everything that I did last episode, I guess didn't really save. So I'm gonna have to do all of that all over again. I like a lot of EDM or techno. I guess EDM would be the same thing as techno. I don't know. There's a subversion of EDM, I guess, is techno and trance. Whereas EDM, I think, is like you can have words or without words. Oh yeah, guys, I didn't mention it. Make sure you guys hit the like buttons on the YouTube thingy. I don't think I mentioned that at all this video. Sometimes I get carried away with all of the other stuff to talk about. But yeah, I like EDM. I do like country music. Sometimes old style rock as well. Yes. But I think I usually gravitate more to EDM, which includes trance and techno and stuff like that. Anything that sounds good, like even Latin American music, even though I don't speak like Spanish or Portuguese or anything like that, it just sounds good. Mind you, I always like thinking, man, I hope they're saying something that's appropriate, and they might not be, and I wouldn't even know. That's the only part of it. Sometimes some K-pop, but I think I like Latin music a little bit more. I have a friend that's Chinese and he listens to a lot of K-pop, so that's how I got into the K-pop circuit quite a bit. Got here. I guess this can probably get sold, some of the stuff. Jump into that. Versatile combine. Got nothing to harvest, so might as well go sell it. To run out the store without paying, I locked up the shopping cart. Oh. Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Rocket. Also, sorry to hear about your locked up shopping cart. You shouldn't go stealing stuff from the store, Michael. I thought you were an expert on these carts, or they just stop. No, I'm only kidding. Did the person get hurt? When the cart locked up? I don't know. We don't have that in where I live. Oh. Oh, I should ask. Grave Gravy, does your shopping carts lock up if you try to run away with it? I should ask. I'm not... Michael says in Texas they just lock up as soon as you get past a certain point on the property line. I'm just wondering if you got that kind of thing where you are. And Rocket, do you have any locking up shopping carts in Australia? I don't think you do, but we don't have anything like that in Canada. Yeah, you might. That's what I'm starting to wonder. You might have to bury the shopping cart with the person if there's a death grip on it. Yeah, let's just park this over here. We're gonna start selling some stuff, I think. I'm gonna retrofit this flat deck trailer because it's too wide. I don't like the wide trailer. Tried it many times and it seems to fail. Oh. Oh, gotcha. There are parts of the world where you can literally not worry about people stealing stuff. well, maybe not completely, but a good likelihood that no one will steal it. Anything. If you go to like South Korea, they have these shops that have nobody in it, and there's just cameras. And you can walk in, and there's no one managing the store. And then you just pick up your groceries and you walk up to the till or to the machine to self-scan, and then you leave, essentially, after you scan it. The likelihood of people actually stealing anything out of the store is not likely. Doesn't happen very often. But it can happen, and if it does, well, there's so many cameras, you're not going to get away, essentially. See if I can readjust this. Let's just customize that to that. Yes. So yeah, so there are parts of the world that do that kind of thing. Not your part. Now the reason behind it is because it's considered a grave dishonor to steal something. You'll find that in a lot of Asian cultures. So stealing things is like a very like grave dishonor to not only yourself, but also to your family. So that's why in most Asian countries you won't see a lot of theft. It's just how the parents teach their children to be good citizens, basically, essentially. And I kind of thought that was kind of interesting. Just imagine you just go into a store, there's no one to greet you, you just go to what you want to get, you pick it up, and then you take it to like a scanner, like a machine or whatnot, and you just scan your items. I think that's kind of cool. For me, it's kind of good because I honestly don't like salespeople coming up to me saying, "Oh, do you want to buy this? Do you want to buy that? Can I help you, sir?" That sort of thing. I just don't like that. Like, no, leave me alone. Go away. Now we're selling everything. So we're up to 10 million, everybody. I love this mod. Sell the rest of this stuff. About see if we can pick all of that up. I'm gonna pull this off because I don't know. Maybe it might be fine. Just try to get some more pallets out. Do the brick now. Auto load that. I'm gonna make a lot of money now, guys. Go this way. I'm up to 10K. I'm just imagining Mike dropping his phone, then chasing after this guy, then the trolley locks up and smashes into a wall. Yes, that's what I am. Well, I imagine something like that. I picture like someone running out of the store, and they're running and running and running, and then the brakes lock up, and they go like their stomach hits the front of the cart because there's like the bar there, and then they go spinning head first right into the actual shopping cart, and then because there's so much force, the shopping cart flips over and he's stuck in his own shopping cart cage. That's what I visualize. Then he's stuck inside whimpering, saying, "Please let me out, please let me out." Yeah, I accidentally activated the AI, and the AI, I think, doesn't work very well with my setup. I'd have to basically reboot my computer to fix it. So I'm hoping that my voice isn't too bad. If it's really bad, let me know and I can try rebooting. The only way to fix it for some reason is restart. So I did one restart already, but I had the AI running earlier at the beginning. I have to figure something out if I want to get the AI to work. Just a matter of fiddling with audio settings. I'll do another day. I already have an idea of how I'm going to do it. So. My laughing sounds normal? Okay. Lots of stuff selling here. Go. Alright, next load. We're up to 10K already. Stop this right here. That's nails. Get another items up here. Oh. I don't have enough room to fit any more on. Should be able to fit some more stuff on there. More pipe. Wax? I got candle wax to sell too. Honey. That's about as much as I can probably carry. Yeah, I'll have to come in and grab the rest. I hope I get a lot of money. I still got all my vegetable stuff to sell too, by the way. Ta-da! I still have one more box on the end, I think. Okay. Not sure if I can sell the wax there, though. I'm gonna go in for another attempt. See if we can empty or sell it. Yeah, wax is getting sold. There we go. Oh. Scanners on the ceiling to stop carts. Yeah. Yeah, so don't try to steal any shopping carts, okay? You might run into a problem. I've never heard of that before until I met Michael, so it sounds like it's just a Texas thing, though. Almost. There might be other places in the world that might do it, but never really heard of it before. Alright, we're gonna head over here. Start loading up this stuff. Got lots of blocks to sell, guys. A lot. It's not for my voice. What I was trying to do was bring in like an AI as a co-host is what I was trying to do. So as an example, let's say you ask me a question, or maybe we start talking about the weather and you ask me, oh, well, what's the weather like here? I'm in Chilliwack. And then I can say, hey, what's the weather in blank? And it would actually start bringing it out on the live stream. I demonstrated it a little bit, but it just kind of messed up my microphone a bit. So I have to do some more tweaking. But eventually I'm going to have it as a like a active AI host, just to fact check certain things and stuff like that. You can't hear anything. You guys can't hear me? You guys can't hear me? I'm not sure if you can hear me or not. Let me just take a look. close this out. Close. Refresh. Oh yeah, I am really staticky, aren't I? I might do one more restart, guys. I think that's what I'll do. That's pretty bad. I'll be right back. Quit. I'll fix that up. Not too bad. But quit out of the game first. We'll restart. All right. All right. Is that better? Oh. Hit refresh on that. Guys hear me now? That might be better. Okay. Twitch. I should be on Twitch. Oh, I need to do restream. I forgot about that. Do I have restream running? Oh, I probably don't have that on, do I? I still got a lot of static for some reason. Oh, Twitch is not on. Kick is on. There we go. Seems to be some sort of static still going. I wonder if I have any more drivers I need to update or anything like that. I don't know. See if my graphics driver is up to date. Yeah, there's a lot of static. That bothers me. Yeah, it's still happening again, so something else must be going on. Not sure what though. Does software need updating? See if that does anything. The funny thing is too is I never did anything. Let me think here. This is updated. Nothing serious to change. So, God. Close these out. Exit. I wonder if that's better. I just closed Winamp out. I did some printing this past week, but I don't know why. I don't know why a printer would affect it though. Yeah, that'll do it. Maybe it's Winamp. Could be. I usually use Winamp quite often though. When I'm playing music. Maybe Winamp needs to be updated. If that's. I think I sound better now. Yeah, I closed out Winamp. Well, the tray icon for Winamp, I cut out. I think that's a bit better now. So we'll roll with that. Hey, I'm on Twitch, and thank you for mentioning Twitch because I thought I was on Twitch all along. There we go. Okay, I think we'll roll with that for now. So, but if the static gets as bad as what it was before I, had restarted, let me know. Getting better. Okay. But I might have to do some other stuff later, perhaps. But at least it sounds better now. Much better. Or getting better. What I think I might end up doing is like unplugging the USB cable from the back of my computer and reseating it. But that's tucked away in the back, and I don't really want to do that during a live stream. So So maybe it's not. It might not just be like as simple as saying it's like a AI issue. Might be something else. Oh, because I don't have the AI running right now. Yeah, fix it later if I got time. But if it gets as bad as it did earlier, let me know, and then I can try to fiddle with it. But for now, I think it's reasonable for a live stream, the quality. So I think people will forgive me for a little bit of a hiccup. And I totally forgot what we were talking about too. At least it's not the AI, right? It's something else, obviously. So that's the funny thing. I don't know, like these computers, like I haven't used the computer as much as I normally do throughout the week. And then whenever I go back to using it, it's as if it has like a personality and it has like a temper tantrum. And it's like, oh well, now you want to use me for something, so I'm gonna just stop working or something like that. That's what it feels like half of the time. For me, anyways. Bit hilarious. Computers are funny things. All I can say on the matter. Sheesh. Because most of the time I expect it to, work as it should. When after you turn it off, right? So, and then you turn it back on, and then, but I guess it gets like I don't know, a little sad because I'm not using it as much. I don't know. But hey, it sounds better now, so we'll see how this goes. We'll roll with it. But there was a few updates this past week. I know that I had done some updating earlier. There was some Windows updates that I had installed. My motherboard needed some updates, so it could be that too. And then OBS needed some updates as well, which I sort of just did while we were on the live stream. So in between the restarts, I did some updates for that, I guess, to see if that helps. Usually Atom gives me a lot of problems. Like if there's an update available, it'll cause my live streams not to work properly till I update. I don't know why it does that, but it's weird. All right, we're gonna turn off the stats in the background, I think. There we go. Better. And we'll get back to selling stuff. 97%. And I think I'll turn the light on. So I have a camera light essentially, that I use for my desk lighting. Usually turn that on, brighten my day a little bit. 25% synchronizing data. So once I get everything sold on this server, I'll be figuring out how to get PV rivers up here, is what the plan is, in case anyone's wondering. Then we'll transfer. So then I'll be just live streaming just Farming Simulator 25 content instead of 22. So, in case anyone is wondering. All right, we're back in now, I think. Come on. And yeah, thank you, Michael, again for letting me know that I wasn't on Twitch. I had thought that I was on Twitch the whole time, but I guess not. No. Gosh darn it. I know I was on Kick. Kick was working. But we're all good to go, I think, for now. We're at 99%. This is a very slow load. Data, synchronizing data. And then I'm going to transfer the cache over to the PV Rivers map and just sort of carry on from there, I guess. See what happens. Should be very exciting. I'm doing that because I didn't get very far with PVCANYON, so I figure I will give myself at least a little bit of help with the next one. James, the LMS Nugget. Did you change your name again, James? Because I think the LMS is new, isn't it? Because I can't recall if I'm pretty sure LMS is new. Oh, okay. What does it stand for? LMS. Because usually if there's like initials or something like that, it usually has some sort of meaning, but I'm not sure. Precisely what it means. This low game screen is taking a wee while to load. Might be doing some updates maybe. London, Midland, and Scottish Railway. Ah, gotcha. I know where London is. I know where Scotland is. But I don't know where Midland is. Is that in the UK too, or is that somewhere else? I might have to restart the game. Just seems to be hanging up. End the task by reloading it again. Midland in the UK. Okay. I'll have to look that one up. Is it in the middle of the country? Oh, the game is loading again. Okay. Oh, it's a province, I think. Yeah, I sometimes forget that the UK has provinces or different jurisdictions. Midlands is a region in central England that includes the counties of Derbyshire, Lancastershire, Lincolnshire, Northamptonshire, Nottinghamshire, Rutland, Shropshire, Staffordshire, Warwickshire, and Worcestershire. In the middle. Let's put up the game here. Got Microsoft Flight Simulator 24, by the way. Worth it. I'll have to check out a live stream of yours, or that's if you do decide to live stream it. Yeah, I have a friend that likes to do a lot of flight sim. Well, I'm not sure if he does a lot of flight sim anymore, but he used to quite a bit. Part of it was because he was working towards getting his pilot's license. So he would have a yoke, throttle, and sort of some of the equipment used to simulate. And he would use it for practicing certain things and stuff like that. I thought was pretty cool. I had fun doing it, training in it, but the game decided to have a few bugs. Nothing bad. Well, I know in Canada it requires a lot of work. I can't say the same for Australia, because they probably have different rules, but as I understand it, I mean, you need to know a lot of math, which I think you're probably okay with. because you enjoy rockets and stuff like that. I think there's a lot of synergy there. I was never really good with math, so. But anyways, I know there's a lot of math involved, a lot of planning. And it sounds like you have to specialize in an aircraft that you want to fly. So, as I understand it, because as he explained to me, is that even though he gets a pilot's license to fly an airplane, if he moves into learning to fly another airplane, he needs a certain number of hours or experience before he can get like licensed to fly another type of aircraft. So I thought that was kind of interesting. It's not like a car where you can just jump into one car and into another. Yeah, I suppose. There's just a lot of safety standards. Also, he did a lot of his flight schools required him to do survival training. So they ended up taking him and throwing him into like ice freezing cold water and stuff like that. But mind you, I think part of it was to move him into a trade. So like search and rescue and stuff like that, right? So I have a feeling that that might be the reason why he had to do some extra stuff, because he wanted to get his commercial flying license, which requires you to have certain safety standards and stuff like that, special training in case your plane crashes. What do you do in the to survive? I just fly a cheap Cessna. That's what I've been up in. I've been up in a Cessna with him, I think, and he flies probably one or two other airplanes that are about probably the same size. Air League. That might be like Air Cadet, I'm guessing. Let me look up Air League. My guessing is that it's probably like similar to the Air Cadet program we have. Let me look that up. What is Air? Air League is a UK-based charity that supports people in the aviation, aerospace, space industries. Air League offers scholarships, work opportunities, and events to inspire young people to pursue careers in these fields. Okay. Air League offers. That's the UK, but I imagine it would probably be the same in Australia, I guess. Air League is the UK's leading. I'm gonna type in Australia. I get yes, UK stuff. I'm not sure if it's the same as Australia. Air League (AAL) is a youth organization for kids aged 8 to 18 who are interested in aviation. The AAL's mission is to promote aviation, air-mindedness in Australia. Teaches aviation theory, aircraft construction, meteorology, helps members develop their physical and mental abilities, promotes good citizenship, encourages resourcefulness and ingenuity, offers flying training, provides opportunities for cadets to participate in parades, competition, and social. So it's yeah, I guess it's like air cadets. Yeah, there's ceremonial drills, physical training, model aircraft building, first aid training, life-saving training, campcraft training, team building and leadership. Yeah, it's basically similar to our Air Cadet program in Canada. The Australian Air League gives a better description. But yeah, it sounds exactly like our Air Cadet program. That's what my friend did too. So whenever he basically started an Air Cadet, and then that also had different, ways to train. For they did also ceremonial drills. They did physical training. I'm not sure if they did model aircraft building. I'd have to ask. First aid training, definitely that is there. Life-saving training, definitely. Camp crafting training, that was definitely part of what he's done too. And team building and leadership. So all of that stuff is all part of the Air Cadet program. So yeah, very similar process in Canada. I guess I'm not sure how it works in the US, but yeah. And then after you get to be 18, then you start going for your licenses and stuff, and you go into flight schools and stuff like that. To get involved with aircraft and learning about them and getting involved with people sometimes. Yeah, I agree. I never went into the program, but my friend, like I said, Austin, he went through the entire program, as well as he ended up becoming a Air Cadet trainer. So he actually taught others, and then he also pursued his own standard license and commercial license as well. In the aviation industry. So same process, I guess, for the most part. He also has a lot of interest in like older technology. Like he just likes taking things apart. So like VCRs, like that's what I grew up with, but he's fascinated with that. He'll take a calculator apart and put it back together just to try to figure out how it works. So kind of very kinetic to describe it. What else? He also does a lot of ham radio. He's an amateur ham radio. So he likes putting up like cell towers or different radio towers and stuff. Actually does that for a living now, for the province. So very, very kinetically geeky. So I'm going to describe him. See, I think you and him would probably get along quite well, I think. I think you guys would probably like speak the same language, if that makes any sense. Since I met you, I was like, you kind of remind me of my friend. So I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you two would probably get along quite a bit. He just likes dealing with taking things apart, doing things like with his hands, and at the same time, I can't really explain it, but you remind me of him quite a bit, is what I'm trying to say. Like he's on a completely other level of geekiness compared to me. And he just loves talking about it all the time. I'm not sure if he's into rockets, but I'm pretty sure he probably has. Like, it's not a conversation that him and I have ever had. But I imagine he might be actually quite fascinated about rockets. But as of late, he talks about ham radios. And he gets a kick out. He'll put these towers up, and it will allow him to talk through a ham radio from here in Canada with someone like from where you're at in Australia. It's crazy. Um, he has his own car, so of course, so he'll like it. He'll actually take the entire car apart to put a radio in. So that's sort of the type of personality type he is, I guess, if that makes any sense. So he's not afraid to go into like a car and start taking like the parts of the dash out and then ripping out the radio and splicing wires and doing all of that kind of stuff. Myself, I'm not my thing, but I know he likes doing that quite a bit. And he'll just sit there, he'll just spend an entire day not talking to anyone, and he'll just put his entire focus on the one project, see it from start to finish. So, which is pretty cool and fascinating. In flight, but booster landed. Yeah. Oh yeah, I saw the rocket. It blew up. Too bad that it blew up, but I will say it was very interesting seeing. Like I saw shots in the news where it's just like flying through the air. I'm not sure if that makes any sense. Like parts, individual sort of fiery parts. I thought that was kind of interesting. I was like, is that real? But it's real. Although because you don't see that every day. Yeah, the ship had a fire. That's what I heard. It sounded like the chances for flights to happen might be in jeopardy a bit, because there was some people from Turks and Caicos concerned about it causing damage to like public property or something. So it looks like there's like an an investigation. So some of the rules might change. It was a fire. Yeah. I think we will probably hear more about it in coming days or maybe months. I imagine so, because that one was that a Jeff Bezos? That was a Jeff Bezos rocket, wasn't it? I think, and I think that was part of what for him to get to Mars, part of the Starship construction for Mars. At least that's what the news said. I'm starting to get concerned, guys. My game is not wanting to load. I wonder if I'm gonna. Glenn is Bezos. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to restart this. Maybe I should restart the server. I'm gonna end the task here. And going to just restart the server, I guess. Go to G portal and reboot it. Web interface. just, I'm going to hit restart. Put it on stop. I still have my money. Okay. And we'll start. We'll try again. So, is a Bezos rocket, like, in comparison to like NASA or Elon Musk rockets, would you say that they're not as good? That makes sense? Or is it not really fair to compare rockets between companies? Like, I guess what I'm trying to say, would you say Elon Musk has more knowledge or an experience and success with rockets compared to Jeff Bezos? I'm assuming yes, but I don't know. I imagine you probably know a lot. You know a lot more about rockets than I do. So, because that's sort of one of the things that came to my mind when I heard about this issue with the rockets. I started thinking, well, I kind of like thinking, well, does he have as much experience as Musk? Like, does he suck at building rockets? Just something that it came to mind. Elon is different. Oh, you could compare, but in terms of how Bezos' rocket performed, they did freaking well. Okay. Elon is different. Okay. So it's not as easy as comparing the two, essentially. His rockets use rapid prototyping, where he gets more money for prototype than that actual finished thing. Okay. So Bezos does well, but I reckon Elon is better. So Elon, you would say, is more of a prototype kind of guy. Like, he's more interested in working on the newest, latest thing, right? I could probably see that happen. And he's more just eyeball it and not go orbital first flight. Oh, okay. So different thinking process on it then. And then for launching, I guess people have to still use, I guess, SpaceX as a launch site, or I guess NASA sites. Like, does Jeff Bezos does he have his own launch site or no? Eyeball it means just through the math and try it. Oh, okay. uh, all right. Just, if it works, it works. I just picture like someone, how the old TVs, they don't work, and someone goes up to it and just takes their hand and just bashes it to get it to work. Don't know. Because I think he used SpaceX for launching site, if I'm not mistaken. So I kind of wonder if he actually even has his own launch area. There's probably another thing too is you can't just put at this time. I don't think you can just put a launch site just anywhere. You need to put it in certain places because the weather and all sorts of other things that could affect it. Oh, okay. So he does do some rocket engine construction. All right, guys, we're trying to synchronize here. I don't know if this is going to work. I'm at 27. 10, 28, 29. I got stuck at 29, I think, the last time. There's regulations from weather, noise, wildlife, other things like the place might damage stuff if a rocket explodes above urban areas. Okay. Yeah, there's that true. That is very true. So it's definitely not like you can just put one anywhere really. Unless you want to wait a very long time for something to be reasonable for a launch time, right? This doesn't look promising, does it, guys? It's not loading. I wonder if I should reboot my computer again for the, what, 4th time? Might have to do that. You gotta have like 1 in 10,000 chance or less that your rocket debris stuck in space with no way to deorbit won't re-enter Earth and cause harm. Yeah, that's another problem. Or another factor you gotta factor in as well. So you gotta hope that it'll burn up. Or land somewhere where it's not really going to do anything. Like land in a desert or land in an ocean. Hey, this is not loading. This has got me concerned. I think I'm gonna... What do you guys think? Should I do another reboot on my computer? What do you say, Rocket? Because this is stuck at 29%. Got me annoyed. I've rebooted the server already, so can't really do that. You could get lawsuits or massive fines. Yeah, that can happen too. Might have to buy someone an entirely brand new house. And if it's a very expensive house, that could be a very expensive lawsuit right there. Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna do another reboot because this is weird. Very, very slow. I think I'm gonna give it a shot. I'll be right back again. Oh my gosh. Been a bit of a rough live stream so far. I'll load up the game here. Hopefully this will work. I am back, yes. So I'm hoping that this will work. Because it's becoming a bit. I've tried launching the game 2 times and it gets stuck at that like 29% synchronizing, which is a bit concerning. There you go, the game's back. It's starting to get a little colder too. It's like 1 degree Celsius now. So we'll probably dip under into the freezing a little later. All right, let's try this again. And if it doesn't work, well then, gosh, gee willigers, I might have to switch to a different game to play. It could be a sign. Maybe the game is saying no. You can't close out PV Canyon Crossing. You have to stay. Or something like that. It's saying no. Can't close out. Not allowed. But this map has always been takes quite a bit of time to load. Always been this way. But the synchronization is quite that crazy. But at least my microphone problem's been fixed, so that's a pro, right? Fixed one thing. And I did get some stuff sold, so that's also another good thing. We're up to 24%. Always fine on that. It's the synchronization part that usually the problem. At 43%. I think FS25 had an update today or this past week too, didn't it? Not sure what they put in it though. up change log. Patch 1.4.0.0 allow starting the game with some GPUs and that only support DirectX 12 feature level. 11 GeForce 700 series. I guess someone that has a G700 series card can use it. Note, this is below the official minimum specification. Disabled poplar being destructed when driving over it. There's a bunch of fixes overall. New additions: Massey Ferguson primed twine and net wrap. JD wheel weight. Graphic setting control of foliage LOD distance. Visible check mark to downloaded mods and over. Modding added shallow waters. Placeable specialization. Allow for simulated water in place. Oh. There's a lot of fixes and stuff. We're at 29% again. S22 would make me download my mods every time I start a game now. Oh, really? That's odd. So maybe they must have made some changes to FS22 or something, right? I know that there was a small update, I think, early this week, because for FS22, I didn't think much of it, because I was just basically opening Steam and updating stuff. Having a hard time loading. I think it's still trying. It might do it. I might have to be very patient. Like, I can hear the wind in the background from the game. Very odd. Why? Taking so long. Come on. Just go to 100%. Yeah, I think so. Which is not a good thing. There's still a lot of people that play Farming Simulator 22. Wait, I guess. I wonder if I should wait. The only other thing with my game save, maybe I have to roll it. I really don't want to roll back a save. over here. Crackling again. I wonder why I keep on doing that. Oh, lost that. Okay, I'm gonna try one other thing. Try start. Oh wait. Oh, something showed up on the screen. Yeah, the back of the cable is plugged in, so that's tower, but it's way back there. Hit start. I think this is. I'm gonna reload the game now. Okay, I just did another server restart. All right. All right. This will probably be my last attempt. If it doesn't work, then I guess that'll be I guess. Electricity might even be different where Rocket is at. Some in some countries they have to prepay. Like they'll have like a card or whatever. I'm not sure. Let's see how. I'm kind of curious. Electricity in Australia. Maybe they're not too different. Pay as you go. Pay as you go. Just pay as you go. Electricity is available. They use pay as you go electricity. Customers can buy electricity in advance using prepaid cards or apps. So in Australia, they usually use a prepaid system. So you know how you buy like you can prepaid phones, like a phone card or whatnot. I think it's the similar thing for electricity in Australia. You prepay for your electricity. And by what you're talking about, it's $17 right now, 137. So it sounds like if that's how it's done in Texas, it sounds like you've got a system where you're rewarded to use electricity at certain periods of time in the day, by the sounds of it, which I think is a system that we're changing over to in British Columbia. So they will give you a reward for using most of your power or energy at certain hours of the day and charge you more at other times during the day. So to reduce stress on the hydro system or electrical system. But usually in other countries, like I know Europe, and by the sounds of it, Australia, they pay in advance for a certain amount of electricity that they can use. So they'll say, well, I want to buy X amount of wattage or electricity or whatever. And then once they've used up that surplus of electricity, they have to buy another allotment. Europe, I think, does that quite a bit. I think the UK does that. China does that. So there's a lot of countries, I think, in the world that does that. But not so much in North America, I don't think. Not sure if this is going to load. So it's kind of interesting how they do things differently elsewhere. In China, there's actually a little in some parts. There's like a little switch for your hot water. So you go to the shower, you have to turn on a switch. That heats the water, and then you gotta wait 30 minutes for it to heat up. And then after your shower, you turn it off. Energy saving technique, I guess. I wonder if I have to maybe I'll try another save. See if I can go in. Right, maybe there was an autosave that has been done. But the game seems very odd. So saved games. On the what is today? The 19th? The few on the 19th. Maybe I'll do this game save. Or I'll try to restore maybe. Hit stop. Let's try starting. Let's try this again. seems to be weird. Might try loading up another game save. Sure. Yeah, end task. Try again. I'll try loading a regular game and see what happens. Maybe that'll fix things a little bit. All right, let's go to career. I'll try loading fresh. I'll try this map. Select also. Oh. Yeah, I can't. This is start. We'll try this. Welcome back. I restarted to a older game save, and then I'm going to try loading a game save that's on my computer, like local, and then quit, and then jump over to the server again and see if that works. Alternatively, I may even decide just to download the rest of the save game and maybe play the save game on my computer, perhaps, to finish it off. I don't know. Which I will probably do another day, because that'll take a bit of time to do that. So I'm trying a few things to get this working again. But it seems like today is just not my day to live stream, I guess. At least that's the feeling that I have. But, you know, some days you have good days and some days you have not so good days, I guess. With things working, it happens, I guess. So this is loading. At least I won't have to worry about synchronization. All right, we're at 66%. And then we'll close out this game save, and then we'll switch over to the server and see if it'll work. And maybe. Hello, Johnny H. This is a little slow at loading. So that definitely doesn't seem like my day for life. Edit this. Oh, no worries. All right, so we got in here. So that's promising. This is just my test server, though. All right, let's quit the game. And then we'll try launching onto the server again. So, loading up. So game is still loading. So you will be patient. And if this doesn't work, then I'll probably just have to call it, I guess. So I got some stuff sold, but I don't know. I hate this row system thing. I don't know what you mean. All right, go to multiplayer. Try it again. I might download, what I might end up doing is downloading a copy of the game save. Just playing it locally on the see if that works, but I'll do that all off stream. You had a gummy? Oh dear. Gummy. I heard in the States they're getting rid of a certain red dye. I wonder if that'll happen here in Canada. So that's like a red dye that you put in gummies and candies and all sorts of things. Different types of foods. They decided to ban it because they said that they've discovered that it causes cancer. But maybe we already do it in Canada. I'm not sure. But I heard that was announced, I think, Friday? Where they're removing dye, a certain red dye from certain foods. But they showed it in gummy candies, essentially. And I'm not just talking about the specialty type candies. I'm talking about the ones that kids eat too. But it's a food coloring. You love fellow Canadian content creators? Yeah. Same here. I like all sorts of content creators. I've been watching a lot of people from New Zealand and Australia recently. If I'm like up late, because they usually live stream around midnight, my time. I've been watching a lot of that. Pretty interesting folks. And then I do watch Canadians, I watch Americans, I watch UK. All sorts of people. Okay, I'm not sure if this is going to work. We're at 27%. 28. It usually gets stuck at 20. And it just doesn't work. It's synchronization. Gotta wait. Have to do some surgery on the server. Load. If I can download a copy of the game file. I think I'll try. Save. I'm downloading a copy of the game. I'll try to put it into a save slot on my system and see if that works. Hello, Nick. See if it'll run locally. Sometimes what I've done in the past is I'll have to re-upload all of the mods. Done that in the past too. This game file has had 568 hours. So a lot of gameplay. Maybe it's running out of steam or something. Oh my god. Sometimes if you're patient, I don't think I can even bring up the log file, can I? Nope. Another thing too, it could be that the mods are out of date. That's a possibility as well. So there's a few things I can probably do. Get this fixed. Did you see my live stream? I was in the hospital for 3 days. No, I haven't. When was that? Like 3 days ago or something? I'll have to visit your channel. Are you doing all right? I know that you had surgery like a couple of months ago. Is it for the same thing? On Saturday. Oh. Is it for surgery for the same thing as before? Have to hopefully maybe check with your doctor or something. That's just if it's the same thing. I don't like going in for surgeries or anything like that. Yeah, that's not pleasant. I had one friend that experienced that. Yeah, they kind of have to put a hole in the side of you, and then they put a tube in to your lung. Yeah, have to get the air out. Also, I think some fluids flow through that tube too. Not a fun thing. I definitely hope that I never have to experience anything like that in my lifetime. It's kind of freaky. Getting a collapsed lung. All right, I got the file downloaded. See if I can somehow. Win. Copy that. Guess I gotta go to the games. It only happens to tall people. I'm glad that you mentioned that, because the person that is a friend almost looks like you. Well, not exactly, but pretty close. He was very tall, very thin as well. And I don't like comparing people too much, but you look very much like my friend. And he was very tall, very skinny, very active person too. Get out Tuesday morning, and I'm still a whole lot of pain. Well, your body might be ready to go by then, hopefully. Sometimes the body heals pretty quickly. Even though it's a lot of pain currently, sometimes all of a sudden your system just kicks into repair mode, and then you're good to go. You'll probably still be a bit sore, and you'll probably have a bandage for a while. I have to go in for a checkup, most likely. But that's just crazy. But hopefully you'll follow everything that your doctor says and get better quick. That's sort of how I know. I've never experienced it myself, but like I said, I had a friend that went through it. So, and I visited him in the hospital too, when he had the tube inside on the side of him. It was my girlfriend's uncle, actually, technically. So, at the time, ex-girlfriend's uncle that had experienced that. But that was quite a while ago, like probably about 20 years ago, I guess. All right, I'm going to see if I can store this. Where's the game folder? Gotta find my game. I think it's under doc. Farming Simulator 20. We're gonna quit this, I think. I got a backup plan, guys. And I need to find a game save folder that I can load up Farm Sim again. Yeah, they got me a whole ton of restrictions. Like, end up going back in. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good thing to do. Game slot number 9, I guess I can. Here we go. We're gonna put all of that in there. I'll reload the game, guys. Here we go. Hey, I got a fix, a temporary fix. I basically downloaded the save game from the server. So we're gonna load it up locally and see what happens. Hopefully I'll win. And if this goes smoothly, I might just go ahead and just take the whole server down, maybe? I don't know. All I know, this pain doesn't stop in a couple of days. Yeah, if it doesn't go away, go back in. I imagine they'll give you some painkillers. Just make sure you take it easy. Don't do anything too crazy. Don't try to run a marathon or anything like that. But yeah, my ex-girlfriend's uncle went through it, and it only happened to him once in his life. So, and then he was back to normal, doing things. So he was quite active too. Like, he would go on long cycling trips and stuff like that. Sometimes that are 100 kilometers away, so long distance biking, a lot of hiking, a lot of I don't know, charity work and stuff like that. So, and he just went back to normal, doing what he normally does. So if you're worried about that, that's at least something to compare with. He went back to doing whatever he normally does. So, and hasn't had a recurrence of it. So, but it's pretty freaky when it happens. I know it freaked him out quite a bit. All right, guys, we're at like 85% here. Let's see if this loads up. Myself, I'm not a big fan of surgeries or anything like that. So I had a couple here and there, but definitely not something I enjoy doing. Nobody wants to go into the hospital and have someone say, "Oh, well, we're gonna have to do a surgery on you." And we're at about 85%, folks. Yeah, nobody. Yeah, it's not fun. Even if you're not even aware, even if you don't really feel it when it's happening, just the thought that, you're not aware of stuff happening when you're knocked out too is kind of freaky at the same time. So, because you're like basically you're putting your entire life and trust in someone else's hands. Right? Okay, we're back into the game. Finally. This is not on the server, by the way. Oh. I downloaded the game save to my PC and now I'm running off of this game save. In case you guys are wondering how I'm playing. So obviously it's my ability to connect to the server. There, I feel better now. At least I'm able to do something. Right? That's a bonus, I guess. I think I got my truck over here. And I think yeah, my truck was way over here. I was trying to sell stuff. Right. So there we go. Guys, I figured out a way to continue playing. I'm happy now. I think it's actually playing a lot better not now that it's not on a server. Go figure, eh? Sell all this stuff. I think we'll sell this little bunch, so we'll make our way over here. Ta-da! There we go. Pop out some more of these. I guess that's about as many cement blocks that can fit on. So we'll get this all sold. We're gonna get there. My determination. There we go. Pop out some more concrete, I guess. Also, this stuff is pretty heavy too. I can feel it whenever I'm trying to drive the vehicle. Yeah, put a little bit more out. I probably could have built another bridge with the amount of product that I have. Especially the cement. For some reason, all of a sudden, poof. Once I put the second, like, cement factory down, things just seem to have moved quite quickly or smoothly. Stuff stuck. Okay. I'll probably drive over this 2 times, I think. And then we'll get PV River Bend, or I mean, PV River's really rocking and rolling with the amount of money that I'll be able to transfer over, so, which will be good. I'm looking forward to it. Sure what. Yep. I'm not sure if I'll get this all sold in this live stream. I might have to do another one. I don't know anymore. There's quite a bit of stuff to sell. Definitely like hoarding a lot of stuff, that's for sure. I'm also looking forward to trying out the new universal auto load. Or because that when I move it onto that gameplay, I'll be using all of the it won't be cross-platform, it'll be all PC only. Pallet pavers. Crikey. Most of these construction materials are not that expensive either, I find. So I don't make a lot of money off of these particular pavers. Kinda odd. Where'd we go? Few things still on. Forward. Yep. Gear block. What do you have to do in that game? Is it like Roblox or something, or? Back up here. Sandbox building game. Okay. Is it like Minecraft a bit? Contraptions, engines, cars, oh, anything. Yeah, I sometimes wonder, you know, like the basic geometric shape games, I wonder if it's a stepping stone to working with 3D building tools, I wonder. Because I figure if you play with a lot of geometric shapes and stuff like that, I wonder if they get into becoming architects or I don't know, working with 3D rendering applications and stuff like that. Oh, it's got realistic stuff in it? Oh, okay. Now that sounds a little bit interesting. Pique my interest. Go grab that. Almost got all these blocks sold. I wonder if time feels like it's frozen. I probably check to see if that is what's going on. Go into here. I kind of want it to be daytime. $8 a.m. Oh, there we go. Well, that's a bit better, I guess. Brighten up a bit. One more pallet pavers. So do you build buildings in it, or is there like a role-playing aspect to it too, or is it just straight on sandbox building only? Go. There we go. It's more building. Okay. Wonder if it has kind of a satisfactory kind of feel to it. There's a lot of building. Whoops, I went too fast over that. Go. I'm just gonna check to make sure this one is completely empty. I'm not sure if it is. Yeah, that storage is empty. There we go. Man, I got lots of blocks. Whatever you do, don't build a lot of blocks unless you need them. If you play PVCANYON. Figure out why my engine wasn't working. Why wasn't it working? Did you forget to attach something to it? So I get about 20,000 a load. And round and round. Round, round. What else can I sell? Barriers, wood beams. Do the wood beam. Bro. $150K. Wow, there's a lot. Turn 4. I need a B train, I think, almost at this point. Wait. Has one piston, so one cylinder engine. Oh. Forgot to enable the engine head. Yeah, you would have to have that going. So are you putting one in? Or actually you just have to, but you said enable it, right? Alright, let's go this way. Ta-da! I'm gonna grab this stuff over here. I think the cement factories are probably sound. Oh. I'm gonna head over here and pick up this stuff. A few more blocks. I'll probably take a trip to the soup factory. I'll have to pick that stuff up too. Has 5760 nms. Oh, work. That. $11 million folks so far. I head down here because I know that I've got vegetables to pick up. Or soup. Sure if this soup factory is finished. Production. There's a lot of parsnips still in here. A lot of parsnips. What about this soup factory back here? How much is in? Open up. This was the potato factory, if I'm not mistaken. Now I'll watch a quick tutorial to make sure I understand it fully. Newton matters. Yeah, it's always good to watch a tutorial. I do that from time to time. Even to play Farm Sim, other games. Even Ark Survival, I have to watch tutorial videos. think I have parsnip soup. Yeah, I got a lot of parsnip. Potato soup. Make any potato soup? Yes, I can. Might have to speed up time to clear out these productions, I guess. I've got a lot of stuff in here. Squeeze right in here to make this work. Oh. Back right up. Go in more straight, I think. Ta-da! There's gonna be a lot of soup. There's gonna be a lot of weight on this thing too, I think. Soup. But vegetables seem to be a really good profit. Made a lot of money off of the soup factories. See if I can get another layer on there. This is going to be super heavy. I think that's about it. This is painful. I can already feel the weight. I'm drifting too a little bit. I'm not sure if I can turn. Might have to switch truck. Yeah, I'm gonna have to switch truck. I'll have to get a TLX. This guy is having a hard time keeping his wheels on the ground. This is just crazy. I'm curious to see how much money I make from this trailer load. It's like crazy full. Truck's not doing too bad. Hard to stop though. Has to sell every single can. That was like 327,000. We're gonna switch up trucks, I think. We'll leave this guy right here, I guess. Now. He did alright. We'll go get a TLX. A little bit more gusto. Be able to do the job a bit better. And go get more soup. Lots of soup. Oh my gosh. We're up to 11.6. There we go. Takes a lot to spawn, I think, all of this in too, I think, to a degree. Got 9 parsnips. Out of there. We'll probably go another layer up, huh? Might get everything out of here. Oh, storage is empty, guys. Right on. Even with this truck, I feel quite a bit of weight. Yeah. Yeah. Soup is probably one of the heaviest substance I've had to move on this trailer. I imagine there's probably other things that are heavier, but just amazed at how heavy this stuff is. It definitely puts the TLX through its paces, I think. I couldn't imagine what it would be like if I did a B train. I don't even think I could probably move a B train. That's fully loaded. I'm gonna go through here. Oh, that almost tipped her over. Slamming on the brake. And about 12 million I'm gonna be at pretty soon. Oh. There we go. I think I got everything cleared out over here. Oh yeah, I still have the straw hat stuff to sell. I forgot about that. Probably do that next. Oh, the storage I can probably sell over here. Yeah, I think I'll sell that storage. construction mode. Hell. And those are still popping out parsnips. We'll just leave them alone. I have a feeling I will probably be still working on this sell-off for at least another 1 to 2 streams, I think. I got sidetracked with all of the issues I had, so try to clear out this one now. 4 tiles, deep red. I like bouncing around. Yep. Pop out more. Oh, red. How much stuff getting sold? Organic bread. This will probably get me quite a bit of money too, I'm betting. It's weird that they're like bouncing around like that, eh? That's like weird. 1 organic bread. Yeah. Very odd. Oh, this will be a heavy load as well. I don't think I can carry any. Yeah, this is really heavy. Okay, it's not accepted here. It's not accepted here. Might have to take the organic bread somewhere else. I think. Alright. Well, it's still taking it. Or doing something. The straw crates might not go here though. Yeah, I might have to take that. Might have to put another sell point down. Sell point. Well, it's sort of taking it. I'm not sure why it says not accepted. It's lying to me. That was like $404,000 that load. That's crazy. I'm at the 12.7 million. I'll go back and get some more, I guess. Super Puppy, welcome in. Selling more stuff on this map. How are you doing today? Not sure why I can't auto load. Oh yeah, I know why. I think I can get anything else on here. Back up. We'll grab some more stuff out of here, I guess. Bales. Oh, I know what I did wrong. There we go. And there we go. Got these ones. Okay. So is that Doggo? I wasn't sure who Super Puppy was. You did say you were going to change your name. So now I know the new name. I wouldn't have known that till you mentioned that rocket. Thank you. I was like, I thought you were a new person or something like that. I was like, Gets a little bit confusing when people change their names sometimes. You're not the only one that changes their name. I got James changes his name sometimes, but he always leaves Nugget on the end though. I'm usually pretty okay with that. And then I think Michael's changed his name a few, but not very often. And me, I just keep my name the same. Oh, I got another one. I'm gonna try to at least get this one storage empty. More straw. Pallets to load. I think I might come back for probably fit more on. Accessories. Do that. It's weird that they bounce. I think it's just the spot, maybe. Or a straw crate. Get any more? Oh, the storage is empty. Yay. Am I gonna go sell all this? I get up to like, what, 13 mil maybe? Just empty this out. Drop. Come on. Hell. I don't think I can sell the straw here. It's a bit weird. I have to take that somewhere. But I have to get sold elsewhere. I think this takes straw bales. Oh, it does take straw bales. Just needs to be put in a certain angle or something. Yep, that's the problem. I think this might be too high, maybe. Oh! Oh boy. That did not go very well. Oh, I know what's going on. I can auto load all of this stuff. This? More? Perfect. I'm up to almost 13 mil. Perfect. Can I... This should go in. Not sure exactly how, though. It's going in slowly. It's just a lot of stuff on it, I think. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's, I wonder if I can take the gold to it. Not exactly sure. This should be a lot of gold. A lot of money from the gold. I don't think it's working. Oh wait, there we go. I have to lift it up. It's going in now. At about a million. 1.2 million in gold. That is just crazy. I got one more box over here. So that's like, this is pretty much all the gold that I've done in on PVCANYON, I think. And that is about 247,000 there. We got some stuff over here. I might put that in. So I guess gold mining is pretty profitable on PVCANYON. Is there any more over here? Or this plant has it popped out? Nope. Grab that. Only a few of these are left. This is probably one of my favorite trailers for small stuff. Quite handy. Over here. $9 million there. So, continue cleaning this out, I guess. Alright. So here. Barriers, glass, back. Guess we'll do honey. Perfect. I got this all sold. A block. Metal. Metal's gonna probably get me quite a bit of money, and it's heavy too. Metal's another item I find very heavy to transport. Go. Not sure why my gold didn't go into this. Might be. Maybe gold is deactivated? Maybe. Oh, the gold flakes are going in. Material missing. Oh, that's why. I dropped them off too high. Jeez. Yeah, maybe I might be over the 20 million estimate that I had. Firewood, black, barriers. This might have been a bad idea. That out. Come on. Perfect. I think, you know, if I got to a point where I had the train mod on here, I would probably be transporting most of my stuff via train. I think. I probably would have put track down, stuff like that, I think. Because I imagine that it probably be able to carry more, I think. Hard to say. And you can drive the train or operate the train over the grates of cell point stuff too, so. Barrier. I think it's just the barriers that are left, really. Yeah, I could easily see all sorts of people doing stuff on a multiplayer session for this. You probably literally have someone just driving truck all server. Just moving stuff around. You could end up doing like trucking sim in here. Alright, higher session. Okay, I'm gonna just pop out some more of these barriers first before I pull up. About 48 of them left. If I can pick up this last bit of whack over here. Oh, oh I did. There we go. $14.8. Nice. And about 32 more left, so I'll have to make around 2 more round trips, I think. Or 3, maybe. Didn't go quite as planned. I think this will be the last of these. Cool. I want to see if I can bring those presents over it. I think I might. What else do I have in here? This stuff should sell. There's a tree. See if some of my crates over here can sell. So I got this stuff I've had like since I think the beginning of my gameplay, like these crates over here with the seed and everything. Yeah, crazy. Yep. With precision farming, I don't think I actually got around to actually plowing, having spray. I think most of everything ended up getting plowed, to be honest with you guys. So as you know, weeds don't grow after plowing, so. Not exactly sure if the seeds will sell. Probably not. Rosemary not accepted here. Some of this stuff is not accepted, I guess. I wonder if that tree will go in. Oh, that went in. So some stuff yes, and some stuff no. I think I'll just dump this stuff in here. I'll swing around. I think I'll probably call it a live stream, I think, at this point. I got so much stuff I have to sell, so it's gonna require probably another live stream, to be honest with you guys. A lot of stuff. I better save the game though. Let's go here. Yeah, see you later. I was hoping I'd get a lot more done, Rocket, but I think I've got way too much stuff that I have to sell. So I'll probably I probably don't even think next stream I'll get it done. I'll probably have a couple of live streams before I can get her done. So yeah, have a good night. Remember guys to hit like and subscribe and all that jazz, and we'll see you in the next one. Take care.